Farming is freaking hard, man. You don't need a tractor that's more complicated ruining that. Yeah, Doom, that's right. Alright, so. That's enough. I'm ready to go. I'm warmed up. So, we went to make the big SSTO yesterday. And what I did, just like I did with the small SSTO, was work on the tank designs first. I have good news, and I have bad news. The good news is the tank design from the small SSTO scaled pretty dang well. It scaled perfectly. And yeah, it basically, because SSTOs benefit from scale, because of, once again, because of mass fraction, right? Basically, bigger fuel tank is more fuel, less fuel tank, right? Comparatively to a smaller one. Because it's scaled up so much, and we, because we got our 5-meter tanks and whatnot, right? The bilobe tank designs with the fairings and everything basically gave this thing enough delta V to be able to shoot 18 tons of payload into space. And to take into account for any other components, I put extra weights in here because this craft file is here to kind of get the numbers. Because with the first SSTO, with the small one, I didn't do the numbers exactly right. I didn't get the mass fraction correct, and I ended up making an SSTO that's a very, 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 very fancy New Shepard rocket that just goes up and comes right back down. Great for flight testing, bad for orbits. So, scaling it made it work just fine. I did start making the arrow shell for it yesterday, and the arrow shell, all the components scale up just as I expected. There's a problem. Like, if you look, this is just a bigger version of the small SSTO. It's just a bigger version of this, using the triangles that are twice the size. See? This one is using these triangles, and this one uses the triangles that are 4 times the size of that, and you can make the exact same shape. This one uses 2.5 meter tanks. You can see them in there. That one uses 5 meter tanks. Scales perfectly. The wings, right here is a wing connector type D, and over here is a wing connector type C, which is double the surface area. Scales perfectly. Well, it's not double, it's 4 times, but you get the idea. Everything scales just fine. There's a problem. There's a problem, though. If we go back over to our mass estimation file here, these numbers give me... Oh, no, not that one. This one right here. These numbers give me excellent delta V. This thing has 4,000 meters a second delta V, carrying 18 tons of ohms fuel here, right, for the orbiter maneuvering system. 4,000 meters a second delta V with 18 tons of payload, and then all these wings up here are everything that I think I would need and then some to make said arrow shell, right? I overestimated it because mass estimation is super important, like I was talking about when we were warming up here. So, I put it all together, all the numbers line up, the tank's scaled perfectly, the delta V is great. Vacuum delta V on my orbiter maneuvering system is 214 meters a second. That's enough to do a bunch of maneuvers with the vernier engines, get to a space station, get to a specific orbit, and then 100 meters a second for coming back down. Perfect. Everything's great. And I know the arrow shell will scale correctly because we got the 5-meter tanks and it scales perfectly. There's a problem. Here's the bad news. Look over here. Snake, what's going on? Look over here. This SSTO costs $50,000 or 50,000 flurbos to fly it. I only have $1 million in the bank. If we finish this thing and I finish the pad for it, which is probably going to be another 100 grand, I'll be 60,000 Kerbucks in on one test flight. And if I lose it, I'm screwed. Screwed. I can't launch another one. I'd have to go build a boat and go and try and recover enough parts to get enough money to scrap together one more flight. This, it works. I know it. I know this will fly. But with that amount of money, with that price tag and the amount of money I have in the coffers, I'm not taking the risk. That's not even like being risk adverse. That's just dumb.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
580K. So it's 500,000 for the vehicle nuclear, 80K for the fuel, and then the pad and the payload processing is going to be another 200K on top of that. Look, I'm not going to go out here and do this and risk bankrupting my space program, because bailouts, I mean, you guys could bail me out if I miss the deadline, right? But this is a risk that if I lose this thing, I'm royally screwed. I can only really do one test flight. That's it. One test flight. Lega Lewis, 25-month resub. So I decided yesterday that it would be better to go and build an SSTO, go back to the small SSTO, and build the small SSTO to start doing these commercial missions that I have down here. That's what I'm going to do. So, we're going to go back to the small SSTO and we're going to revisit it and press the thing into flight. Now, here's the problem. I originally built this with the intention of it having a 3 to 5 ton payload capacity. With 2.25 tons of payload, it has 3,900 meters a second. That's not enough of a safety margin for me. At least I don't think it is. It's not enough of a safety margin for me. I don't want this thing. So like with the SSTO, all right, it's got to fly a lot. It's got to fly a lot. Got to put a lot of different payloads into space. And we can make money with the SSTO if we fly it a lot. The easy integration with this thing, basically tilting it back up on the launch pad and flying it, makes it really simple to do a mission, right? It needs to be quick to be able to be integrated, and it needs to be able to launch with whatever payload mass up in here, right? Because I need to make it like I made Collins, where I could put whatever I needed in the payload bay and it'll work, right? Now, part of that is making sure that whatever I put in the payload bay, 5 ton maximum, will have more than enough delta V to get into space. This will probably get us like 9/10 of the way there. I don't think because of the aerodynamics of this thing, the aero shell is built to slow it down during re-entry and mitigate heating, right? The problem is that launching a vehicle like that's designed to create a lot of drag, right, really screws with your delta V a lot. So that number, I don't trust that number until it's above 4,000 meters a second. 4,000 meters a second is like the maximum margin that you need to get something into space. 3,500 is what you need if you have a rocket that's really aerodynamic. This is the opposite of that. So with my mass margin and my delta V estimates, all right, or with the margins of building an SSTO and my delta V estimates, I really want that number to be over 4,000 meters a second at sea level, because I know my delta V is going to go up as the engines go into the vacuum. If I could get it to 4,180 at altitude, I know that this thing will have more than enough fuel to get up into space and get down no matter what. However, we're at 3,914 with a TWR of 1.09. That's not good. That's too low. We're gonna, on top of the drag that's created by these two shuttle engines, they don't have enough power to push this thing up into space. It's not enough. We could overclock the engines and do another flight test with this if we wanted to. But even then, this design only is carrying 2.25 tons, 2,200 kilograms, which is it's close to 5,000 pounds, right? 2.25 would be enough to also be able to put crew in here. I could put crew in here. We could get 3 Kerbals inside of the payload bay with a life support pallet, basically just the crew tanks, right? Not a life support pallet, there's no life support pallet, but I could put this in here and send a crew of 3 into space, no problem. Or we could go back in here and unlock the Soyuz ball, which can hold 3 crew, and how much is the Soyuz? Wait a minute. That thing's only 2 tons and it holds 3 people. Actually, using the Soyuz ball is not a bad idea. Does it fit? Oh, it doesn't fit. Damn. Wait a minute. What about this way? Does it fit like this? What about this way? I mean, you guys like flying upside down, right?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There's no collider there, so this could... Ah, that would have been nice. So, long story short, estimating for 2.25 is not the worst. That's not the worst thing. I'm sure you've already covered this. What was the expected TWR of the X-33 with the linear aerospike? Could you overclock for realism? I don't know, Mile, to be honest with you. I'm sure Lockheed probably would have been aiming for about 1.2. No upside down in space. Yeah, but there is an upside down on the ground, Wisp. I thought you didn't like putting crew in a cargo bay. I really don't, Ordon. Do you have a better solution? We could make a variant down the road that could have this up here. Or, no. That could have that. And then crew capacity is limited to 2. Or I could replace the payload bay with a crew tank and like a docking ring or something, maybe in a future version. But right now I'd like to mess with just this version. We could have 2 separate vehicles, a crew one and a cargo one, or we could put the crew in the cargo bay. I mean, I don't like putting crew in cargo bays in conventional rockets. So like if we have a shuttle, I don't want crew flying in the cargo bay because it's a cargo bay. A bus doesn't look like a semi-truck for a reason. You know what I'm saying? However, with this design, because it's an SSTO, I'm not sure if, because of the type of flight profiles that we want, i.e. flying once every day, you know, in that regard, we don't have to, you shouldn't think about this like a rocket. Basically the same thing that they did with the shuttle, for what it's worth. Don't think of it like a rocket. Think of it like an airplane or something. Like, your reliability comes through high frequency of flights. So, I mean, I don't know. Well, either way, my margins are really, really bad here. They're not great. Just put Dart in there and add 2 SRBs. Nice. Well, today went great. I let the local mini market borrow a generator of mine and save their ice, and 3 cool as a product. There you go, Zast. Pays to prep, dude. Hey, Van. Continuing the 6-month sub from Hokie. The X-33 has a massive 129,000 kilograms and 1,800 kilonewtons of thrust. Actually, like I said, shuttle engines K3 are very close to those RS-2200s. Shuttle engines are probably its closest relative. The shuttle engine and the RS-2200 both stem from the J2, which is funny. Don't know if you browsed the KSP subreddit, but have you seen this? It could be like the Buria cruise missile. Yeah. Stock crawling bridge crane that goes down the crawlerway. Dude, somebody in chat a little while back, Ivo, built something exactly like that. I'm wondering if that's the same person. Because I remember distinctly when I was talking about the crawlerway being useless because it has those ridges in it, somebody said, no. We could make a vehicle with grip pads move down that. That post mentions you specifically. Oh, so it is the person, right? What did they say? So, Rempel. This thing took me around 100 hours to get down, and I've used it for over 25 flights thus far. And if you like to reuse rockets, this thing will restack anything that fits in the crawlerway 8 meters max, then up to 75 tons. EJ on Twitch came up with the gantry. I simply rebuilt it the exact same way. The crawling mechanism required laser measurements with laser distance on space dock. Yeah. This is awesome. I can't wait to try it. I see EJ on his live streams always using it. I love that this crawls and fits perfectly. Wow. Hey, that's cool. Neat. God, Reddit's new UI is trash. Cool. Might be actually making use of the crawler way. I'm telling you guys, if I was going to make a crawler way, it would be, I wouldn't have a bridge crane going down it. I wouldn't have a bridge crane going down it, that's for sure. Crawlers and mobile launchers, Frill, don't make any sense with what we're doing with the SSTO. That makes no sense. That payload bay looks like it could be a teeny re-entry or transfer vehicle in itself. I mean, Doom, I would want it to be integrated, because the further away I put the payload bay from the center of thrust, the more these engines are going to need to use gimbal to compensate. I would want it to be as low down as it possibly could. See, Doom, I'll be honest with you. I'm looking at this again, right? We have 3914, right? 4180 in vacuum. If I filled these up with fuel, where does it get us? Just out of curiosity. Filled these up with fuel. That actually decreases delta V. Oh, it's attached to a pan. Oh, no. Don't tell me. Remind me not to do any hard engineering past like 9 p.m. All of my delta V readings from all the engineering that we did last night, with prototype 12, that is. Every time I filled these tanks, it wasn't cross-feeding, because that's attached to a panel, and panels don't allow cross-feeding. Fuel doesn't flow through the panels, guys. Oh no. Alright, hang on one second. Hang on a second. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Oh boy. That one's on me, guys. Sorry, it's just a... Yeah. Yeah. It's just a Just a bad dream, man. Hey, it's crunch mode. What do you want? So, now where does this get us? Because now the fuel is flowing correctly. Now we're picking up fuel from these fuel tanks. Dude, how long was I working with Prototype 12 on 3989, 4259 with 2.25 tons of payload? Oh, Cyborg, thank you. I'm actually going to get that right now. Old Reddit redirect. Thank you very much. I'm going to take that and put that on both computers. What's the TWR? 1.07, Steven. We could overclock these engines. The shuttle engines in real life, they were able to squeeze more performance out of them through the course of the shuttle program with the Block 2 SSMEs and the Block 1 Block 1 and Block 2 SSMEs. Shuttle engines could operate up to, depending on the mission, they could operate up to 109% of rated performance. Now, I know what you're asking. Well, how can it operate past 100%? Well, 100% is where it was rated in its initial baseline configuration. So, i.e. they engineered the RS-25s to operate at 2,000 kilonewtons of thrust. And then or 1,000 or let's say they engineered them to make 100 kilonewtons of thrust. They were able to squeeze more performance and make them operate at 109 kilonewtons of thrust. And that's how they go over 100% throttle. We can do that. I can replicate this in KSP pretty well. Moving to quali this late isn't that good. Performance looked good. Moving into formal qualification testing soon with the BE4s. Crossfeeding the payload is it crossfeeding the payload fuel as well right now? No, payload's locked out. If I know because if I open it, the numbers go up even more. I need to be on this side. I can't stand the new mobile optimized Reddit C22. It makes my blood boil. It's so, if you're on it on a computer, it's so counterintuitive and it's just AIDS on the eyes, I'll be honest with you. How many missions with this until you build the bigger version? Well, Broke, I explained it a couple of times, dude. Long story short, I went and tallied up everything that I needed to make the big one. And I put it all into a craft file, everything. All the wings and everything, everything. All the engines that I needed, orbiter maneuvering system, right, for deorbit maneuvers, and figuring 18 tons of payload. Look at the price tag. Look at how much money I have. It's gonna cost another 200 grand to build a pad and all the fueling equipment that I need. This thing costs 500,000 with no fuel in it. It costs 570 if you wanted to fill it up. Couple that with a 200,000 Kerbuck launch pad, give or take, because the launch pad, because it's not like a crane and the pad, and it has robotics in it, and it's not very, it's a little more complicated than the bridge crane, right? I would literally have enough money for one test flight. And even like Euler, even if I got it back and everything went well, if I would need to run like 30 or 40 missions with this thing to get my return on investment, which is the idea with an SSTO, right? However, anything happens, any problems at all, anything. If I lose the vehicle, program's over. I don't have enough money, and we definitely don't hit the deadline. So what I came up with was the idea of pushing this thing into service and giving this thing a small payload capacity and wringing out its design a little bit more to give it more fuel. I gave it more fuel, and it basically, I wanted to get this thing into operational service and do missions with it so I can kind of pad my funds. And we'll really put LV5A, so the Arrowhead, we'll put this thing to the test. Well, developer who invented Infiniscroll wrote a blog post apologizing for it. Yeah, oh, Infiniscroll, dude. Crazy. Just wondering if you connect two vehicles with the fuel hose for asparagus staging with an EVA construction, can you transfer fuel? Should be able to, Sea Dragon, yeah. Yeah, Jake. So, yeah, Euler. Yeah, that actually turned into a little bit of a longer explanation. But long story short, don't have the money to fly the big one. So, I did some math out last night. The math that I did out last night was basically, you know, a lot of the commercial satellites that we need to do like these commercial missions where you place satellites in geosynchronous orbit, blah, 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 blah. A lot of these missions, they pay out decently enough. It would be more than enough to cover the cost of fueling this thing. And any potential maintenance on the launch pad that we make, right? It would definitely cover that. That wouldn't be an issue. But most of the satellites for these missions are... Ooh, Sentinel mission. Can I, just on a side note, guys, can I take this? Because we have Asteroid Day coming up. Asteroid Day is on the 30th. I'm kind of... Look at the advance. Yeah, Mile, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to squeeze that performance out because the TWR is the only thing holding that back. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take this mission, if you don't mind. But these commercial missions, right? Placing satellites in Keo, right? They pay out more than enough to cover the fuel cost, so I can... What I'm trying to do is just basically get some profit margin here. Or to get, well, not profit margin. These give high profit margins, excuse me. I'm trying to just pad my funds a little bit because I honestly don't have enough capital to get the big SSDO flying. And that's not my fault. That's not anybody's fault. And if anything, it's my fault because I'm the one that gave you guys the funding options. But that's rocket science, man. Sometimes it's going to end up costing a lot more than you think. That's why it's called a cost estimation, not a cost guarantee. Hey, Mink, 24-month resub. That's 2 years. Did you undo some of your weight reduction changes from last night, like the engine mounts? Kev, yeah, I'm gonna go through and introduce some of the weight upgrades, mass upgrades that we had to get a little more out. Dude, I noticed something about that, but I'll talk to you about it in a second. I'll tell you about that in a moment. And you said 3 million was overfunded. Hey, K3, like, I thought that it was. It turns out it wasn't. It turns out that if you guys funded anything else, we would be really strapped for cash right now. I mean, having 1.5 million eating into your... or 1.7 million eating into that, really, and upgrading the VAB to put the SSDO out on the map, really, yeah, it's not good. So, all right, dudes, I'm gonna grind this out. Yeah, Hokie, I'm taking... Well, I want the Sentinel mission anyway. One, the advance on the Sentinel mission is good, and it almost makes building the big SSDO commercially viable. I would really want 2 million before I go and mess with the big SSDOs, because 2 million is enough runway. Is enough runway to... If I have a catastrophic failure of the pad and the vehicle during testing, I can still put another one out, or it gives me enough cash to start running missions with this. Either way, I want to get this thing working to do small sat launches for commercial contracts, so I can get basically some time under my belt, so I can get some flight hours with this thing under my belt. Now, can you permit me, please? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, Guinea, there you go. Ask Elon Kerman for private investment. Look at my first pick. I'm sorry. It's just... Look at the first pick. I'm sorry. It's just so cool. Yeah, the Falcon 9 launching. Great picture. Yeah, those are beautiful. That's a really awesome picture, Bello. I thought you said the little one can't reach orbit. Guinea... Alright, we went back to it last night and we were messing with the design and we were trying to find ways to get more performance out of this thing. Cash and test flights, that's right, Karate. So I went with an experimental tank redesign here, and that tank redesign does clip the tanks more than I ever really kind of wanted. But that tank design I put in here, and it still didn't give me what I wanted. And I was thinking, oh, it has to be redesigned. Oh, it has to be redesigned. And today I started the stream with the exact intention of basically rebuilding this from the ground up. But then I noticed something. All of my testing last night was done with the payload bay fuel tanks attached to the panels. Panels don't cross-feed fuel. So if you attach these and you fill it up, if you attach these and you fill these tanks up, it's basically the equivalent of having this as payload. And wouldn't you know, it's getting me 3,700 Delta V. 3700 Delta V is exactly where I was yesterday. Yeah. So, yeah. That's why I was getting really confused last night when I closed these, when these tanks, right? When I closed them, my delta V actually went up. When I increased it, my delta V went down. And I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And I couldn't figure it out last night because I've been playing for a long period of time. But with that tank redesign, I went in here. If we go in here and we attach it to the fairing attachment points instead, right? And I put this where I need to put it, right? This one doesn't even have the under tank here. No center tank. I just made the hydrogen tanks bigger, right? It gives me 3989. If we take all the mass changes that we rolled out with 11, right? Get rid of that. 3989 is close enough to 4000. The only problem that we have here is our TWR. So if I introduce a little bit of overclocking here to these vector engines and get them to put out a little bit more thrust than what they do, that's the numbers that we need. Higher TWR for a rocket when it's down here will actually end up giving you more delta V. You know why? Because you get out of the atmosphere a little bit that much faster. That's why rockets TWR isn't 1.07 or 1.1. Rockets off the pad, and keep in mind it does depend on payload, is usually around 1.2. That's kind of what you want to shoot for, because that, if you went, I mean the shuttle was like 1.4 thrust to weight. Because of the solids, but even then the shuttle's a brick. You want to get that thing out of the atmosphere quickly, or else you're going to create too much drag. The less time this thing spends in the atmosphere, the better. Hey Astro, did I miss space news? Astro, I didn't do space news today. I kind of soft rolled it out with Kerbal. The SLS core is being stacked, which is really nice. Space Explorer, thank you for the raid. What's going on? There's a Space Explorer raid in there. If you guys like the STEM stuff that I do, Space Explorer does the same thing. Only it's more European friendly. How do you overclock the vectors? I'll get into that in a second. Submitted. What's up, Space Explorer fans? How are you? What was Space Explorers up to? Hi everybody. Bepis, 33-month resub. Royale with cheese submitted. That's right. Happy midnight from Europe. Tommy, what's going on? And it's in French. Sacre bleu. Mon Dieu. No. En anglais, s'il vous plaît. Alright. She just went on hiatus, actually. She's prepping for serious exams. Alex, that's probably for the better. Nobody is expecting the French. Nobody is ever expecting the French. It's just boom, the French are here. Math exams? What are you working on, Space? What type of math? We're gonna learn a new thing today. You know what it's called? It's called math. And without it, none of us would exist. Your hair keeps getting longer. Hair does tend to grow, Hannah. Are you going to launch this prototype today? Well, Velo, because I didn't attach the tanks correctly, this is actually giving me margins that I'm much more comfortable with. We got to overclock the shuttle motors. But I'm late tired. Well, having naps. Then fire the missiles! Ooh, what's that? Speaking of new things, took my hand at making caramel again today. Illness, that looks very appetizing. The French in the 1950s has a pretty good engine for sounding rockets. Mm-hmm. It's gonna be stashed with a side of mullet here in a bit. Whoa! Hell yeah, brother. Anyway. I know, you like that? It's pretty good. Still trying to figure out how the heck a piece of second stage debris was able to raise its apogee by 320 kilometers. Yeah, I don't know, Phil. The stage deorbited from what I understand, but yeah, it's weird. Alright. Gotta go with the chops. Karate. Ethnically, my family comes from Italy, all right? Italians don't grow good beards, and I'm no exception to that, okay? My sideburns do not connect with my hair. Look. I blame Italian genes for that. Look at this. What am I supposed to do with that? Like, what am I supposed to do with that? I can't grow chops. It'll look like I shaved up here and then just had it. Trust me, they look cool, but it's not like the full thing. So yeah, no. Trust me on that one, dude. Not a good idea. High and tight. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, actually, that's the way to solve that. This haircut, right? I'm Italian. I have a glorious beard. Like, the beard is good. This part is all fine. That part's good. It's that. My sideburns don't connect. It's really freaking annoying. Just glue some there. This guy was Italian. What do you mean? I guess. Maybe it's a northern Italian thing. I don't know. Shoe polish can fill that in. All right. Anyway. All right, dudes, let's go. Space Explorers, thank you very much for the raid. What math were you working on again? Taylor? I don't know how to translate it into English, but it's called development limites. XD. Well, whatever. Taylor expansions, cool. When you recover the SSTO after it's landed, is it refunded all the costs? Bozzard, I'm not going to recover this, but it depends on where you recover it. If you recover it on the runway, you get everything back. If you recover it on that launch pad, not to the side, on the launch pad, you get everything back. The further away you get from KSC, the less you get back, because that's the recovery effort to go and get it, right? Did the huge SSD ever do a flight? No, Steam, it's too expensive. Costs $500,000 right now. I need more money. I need more cash. And I need to, okay, guys, like, I'm past the warm-up point. It's already 5 o'clock. I need more cash to get this right. And, what the idea that I had was to use this to get more flight time under our belts, get this SSTO operational for small sat launching, to pad some funds so I could launch satellites into space. So this is actually giving me the margins that I want. I figured I made an error in my calculations last night. If I fill these fuel tanks up, we have enough. We have enough Delta V. But I also need to go in and redesign the tanks as well. The tanks need to be recertified. Then I need to redo the struts for the tanks. And then I got to redo the payload bay. And then last but not least, we got to overclock these things. Now, I suppose we could start there. Let's go. I want the Erector Woodbite because I can't launch the bigger one with the crane, so it would actually make more sense to start working with that other type of pad. Do you need to add an orbiter maneuvering system to this? I could. I'm not sure how the Delta V is going to affect us if we do, though. Here, let's play with that. Hang on. Yeah, Tom. Maybe it's just certain Italian. I don't know. Doesn't matter. So that gives me 3,700. Now, what happens if I just have orbiter maneuvering engines? Alright, so let me see how much delta V we would have if we, let me just go in here and start doing some messing with this. Give me one second. So say on the way up, for instance, because we added the orbiter maneuvering engines, right? Say we end up using all of the fuel, including the fuel in here, right? And we just have fuel in there. Give me one second. How much delta V does that net me? 400. Okay. Alright, so now if I just take the forward tanks and we lock them out, right? And then we go in here and we fill up all the other tanks, right? Including these, where does the delta V get us at that point? Why not use sea level engines so you have additional thrust at liftoff? Because I want to use vacuum engines and have additional delta V when I'm on orbit. I don't... We can overclock these just a little bit, and then have these up there for ohms, for the deorbit and everything. Still no mods. No, Apple. No, I don't use mods, no. $35.83. No. No. Just use verniers for on-orbit maneuvers like a Dragon capsule. Just use the RCS. I really don't need this thing to go higher than 100 kilometer by 100 kilometer orbit. It really, yeah. It really doesn't need to go that high. Would you ever play World of Warcraft? I haven't played World of Warcraft in like 15 years, Randy. It's just not my cup of tea. It's a cool game. Don't get me wrong. It's just not my cup of tea. I did play it. I had a Night Elf Hunter. Wouldn't this be considered an SSRT? What is an SSRT? It would probably just be better to use the vernier engines. The vernier engines, they have terrible specific impulse, but they also weigh, what is that, 80 kilos? Yeah. 80 kilos. Wait, and how much do those rocket engines weigh? The Terriers? 500. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Single stage rocket technology. I've never heard anybody call it that, Sea Dragon, but yeah. It's a single stage to orbit, vertical takeoff, horizontal landing vehicle. So this is what launches up into space. We deploy the payload, and this is what comes back down. I mean, Apple, with how much they're updating it, dude, and how far we are out of the gates with KSP, you know, I have to produce Kerbal content basically daily. And yeah, mod conflicts and not updating stuff is not very good for me. And then, once again, I have nothing against mods. The mods are cool. And I know a lot of people that mod this game. There's a lot of talented folks, for sure. For sure. All right. So saith the code base. Yeah, that's kind of gonna have to be how this works. Not good or interesting content. Ow. All right. You know what, guys? $39.89. As long as we give it a little more TWR. So let's figure out what kind of liftoff thrust we would want. The thrust is 1873, which is funny because that's in line with the real one. But so how much more thrust do we need? Do we need 50? And I realize that this isn't going to be exactly accurate, but the Delta V indicator gets a little wonky when it doesn't understand that the engine is overclocked. So I'm gonna have to just add more. I'm gonna have to add an engine and get an approximation. So this thing down here produces 52 kilonewtons of thrust. 52 kilonewtons of thrust goes up by 0.0. So we don't want 50. Anything here that just, let's try 200. Adding 200 kilonewtons of thrust. What does that give us? 1.17. Okay. Let's try 240. 1.19. No, Hired, it does not. That's why I'm putting an engine in here. So 240 kilonewtons of thrust should be added to get us what we're talking about, to get us what we want here. So the shuttle engines make 936. 240 split over two engines is 120. So we need our readout to basically read 1050. 936 plus 100 is 1036, plus 20 is 1056. So yeah, 1050 kilonewtons should be fine. Now, check this out. You can squeeze performance out of engines, but I don't like doing this too much because it is a little bit on the, side, but it's okay. So take the cow controller, right? Gotta open up the editor here. Then we gotta select the shuttle engines, select the cow controller, and add the thrust limiter for both engines. Now, How come scientists never answer the important questions like why does bread taste better when it's hot but milk tastes better when it's cold? Because taste is subjective. And being subjective isn't being scientific. Yeah, I bet you weren't expecting that answer. So, see how the curve goes up above? Right here? All I gotta do is just put that there. 118. That's too much. That's too much thrust. They'll be producing too much. So let's go right here. And let's clock a point right there. 111.49. We're making 936. We need to make 1050. So we're adding an additional 10% for the most part. 111 actually should be fine. And so you keep this cow controller right here, and then copy this curve, and then paste it here. And now the shuttle engines make 111% of thrust. So we rang them out to 111% of rated performance, which is what, I mean, rocket engines do that in real life. And just like Kerbal, I mean, just like real life, overclocking has downsides. There are drawbacks. If you overclock the engine too much and you fire the engine too quick, it'll break off of its mount. It does happen. And the rocket engines do get hotter, but that kind of depends on the engine and it depends on what you're doing. About 12%. Yeah, that's... Duber, that's in line. That should give us the thrust that we need. That's the problem that I had with Triton element. With the Triton booster, that 10-meter booster that I made one time, dude, I had like 20 mastodons down in the first stage, and each mastodon was producing like 5 times the amount of thrust that it needed. The mastodons produced like 1,200. I had them producing like 3,000 with an overclocked cow controller. And yeah, if I didn't... The cool thing is if I didn't sequence the ignition and I fired all the engines at the same time, the thrust structure on Triton just collapsed. Just collapsed. Just like that would happen on a real rocket, which is kind of cool. But also, yeah, I mean, overclocking does have its drawbacks. $112.8 is... 112.8 would be 1056. Okay. Alright, let me go mess with the cows again then. Call this a Block 2 SSME, or Block 2 RS-25. Where did the Delta V go? Like I said, messing with this does screwy things to the Delta V calculator. Does overclocking have a limit? The limits would be... I mean, no, you could make the curve as big as you want. You could make a shuttle engine make 10,000 kilonewtons of thrust, but I would hope whatever you attach that shuttle engine to really is reinforced, because 10,000 kilonewtons of thrust, if you start the engine too quickly, it'll just break. Kerbal joints aren't strong enough to handle that kind of thrust. 113 is what they're going to reach on SLS. So let me tweak the curves just a little bit. Good number, but not what we're looking for. 112.5. There it is. Does it burn more fuel when you overclock it? Yes, Scuzzle, it does. Mm-hmm. Could the IR... Yeah, Flash Wolf. Mm-hmm. 111 to 113 is where the RS-25E is going to end up, dude. Yeah, those SLS engines are really, 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 really upgraded. Yeah, that's part of the reason why it costs so much. They're even the ones that came off of the shuttle, dude, they're still way upgraded. All right, so guys, I'm going to... I think these numbers are what we're looking for. Here, let me just... Yeah, see, the thrust limiter really messes with this. Sustain element, it can stay up there for a little while. That's part of the reason why the green run was so important, dude. You could see them. They were throttling it up and throttling it down and then wiggling the things and then throttling them up and then throttling them down. Yeah. I mean, the shuttle engines varied thrust throughout their entire ascent regime, dude. And towards main engine cutoff, the engines would throttle down. They would throttle back down to, not down to 60, but they would start ramping off in thrust, you know? It's good, Trafalgar. How are you? Weird question. Does it burn less fuel when you underclock with the Cal? I don't see why it wouldn't. Haven't tested it, though. Fancy a nap here? Nope. Off topic, but I got something pretty neat in the mail. What's that? What's that snake? Ooh, EOS 1. Nice. Negative scaling on the curves, Hokie. Kerbal starts doing, the Kraken be there. Yeah, Kerbal starts doing some weird things. If you make the thrust number negative, yeah. Kerbal, it generates fuel. I'm serious, it generates fuel. Yeah, I don't do that. You can overclock them and ring them out and deal with the problems associated from that. Underclocking them will generate fuel. Yeah. I don't want people, I don't think it would be a good idea to go around abusing that, though, because if the developers, I mean, they know about it. Max and Repo and everybody else knows that they know about the overclocking. I think if it gets too out of hand, they'll do something about it. But let's just pretend that that's not a thing, okay? Yeah, that's right, Crash. Mm-hmm. Yes, we do. We're watching you. See? To be honest with you, yeah, Max, I wouldn't generate fuel like that. That violates my in good faith mission mode rules. Hell no. But overclocking engines, I don't that's realistic. That happens with real rockets all the time. But you can't just increase thrust, right, with a rocket and hope that nothing's gonna happen, right? Like I said, Max, I don't know if you were here. I made Triton and I made a mammoth, or not a mammoth, a Mastodon produced 3,000 kilonewtons. It produced 3 times as much thrust almost. Dude, if you throttled it too much, like what the Triton booster would come back down to land, and the aerodynamic load being pushed up on the engines, coupled with them turning on quickly, they would rip the thrust structure apart. The whole thing would just kabloom itself. So there are problems that you have to deal with if you overclock the engines, and they're, well, not exactly similar to how the rocket engines work in real life. It's a good enough example, unironically. I mean, I don't think that was intended, but they still do. Increasing the thrust on the rocket motor, really, the more you do it, the more problems you start running into, right? Which is funny to me. I think that's cool. Hey, Oki gifted a sub to Max. There we go. Anyway. Fireworks, though, dude. That's cool. Yeah, people like that bug too much to remove it. But if we had time, we'd patch it so the engines realistically exploded if you overclock them. But we never have that much time. See, that would be cool if there was a heating penalty. You know, you start like if you put it on like an exponential scale. So you overclock 101%, it's not a big deal. But as the overclocking percentage number goes higher based on rated performance, the heating will get exponentially greater, which is what happens with a rocket engine, which is, I mean, that would be, yeah, I know, I understand it's a time thing, but that would be cool. Fireworks is fun. It's not useful, but I know some players will get a kick out of it. Chunkier features will be announced soon. Yeah, Max, that's pretty much the response that I got from most folks yesterday. They were like, alright. I mean, that's cool. But, alright. Yeah, I get you. They're cool. Like, I'm gonna have mortar launchers on my recovery truck, so when this, like, when the SSDO comes back down, we'll launch some fireworks or something, you know? Yeah, there you go, human. Right. Alright, so, let's get into the thick of it, guys. This has mock-up tanks, everybody, so we have to... Yeah, see, our Delta V numbers started getting a little weird. When will we see pictures of SLS stack today? Probably tomorrow. Nah, Genesis. I have a lot to do to get this thing up and running right now. These tanks I left in here as a prototype, and I would not fly this thing in this configuration. The payload bay isn't in the right configuration. Yeah, we got some work to do. The first thing we have to do, guys, is go back down here, and I have to take that prototype bilobe tank, the Mark, I think it was a Mark IV or something. This one. Yeah, the Mark IV bilobe. Well, nope. Actually, no, that's not it. Wait, where is it? Oh, I think I listed it as 5A, LV5A bilobe tank. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so let me go in here. Let's find prototype 12. I'm gonna merge it, and I know I did some tweaking to the tanks last night to get them to fit. So I'm gonna take this off, right? And then just put that over there for a second. That's what we ended up with for the tank design. Yeah, they are clipped pretty hard. Oh, these tanks didn't have fairings attached to them. Alright. I didn't put fairings in. Yeah, public, I did. We'll probably go back to cities to check it out. Probably sometime during the summer. I noticed something, guys. There's something I gotta check. So let me get rid of the thrust limiter right there. 3988 is what we were talking about here. And then a fairing. The fairings here are probably going to be about 1 ton. So let me find a tank that's 1 ton. And, I mean, that's an overestimation, but where does that give us? What numbers does that get us? 3935. And how much mass did we add here? I mean, that's an overestimation, which is what we should do. All right. I think it. don't know, man. These margins are still pretty bad. But you know what? This thing is only 100,000. You know, with the overclocked engines, I'd be willing to venture a test with the OC engines and the upgraded fuel tanks. I think we should. I already added extra fuel tanks, Shady. Where did we claw the final 100 Delta V from? Dude, these tanks were attached on a panel last night, Shady. Panels don't allow crossfeed, so every test that I did where I filled these tanks up to see if it gave me the numbers that I wanted was invalidated. I noticed it today when I added fuel here and my Delta V numbers were going down. I thought that was because of TWR last night because I was tired and I didn't notice that I attached this to a part where fuel doesn't crossfeed. I attached them to the fairing instead of attaching it to the panel, and it turns out that filling these tanks up with fuel gives me pretty much the exact Delta V that I need. It's still really close, but 3988 I think is enough. I think that's enough to... we'll get it into space. I'm not 100% sure about deorbiting it. I'll be honest with you. It was the subscale model, but I decided to push the subscale model into service by changing its tank design around a little bit and making it into a small sat launcher. I need a vehicle that can generate me money. You know why? I need a vehicle. I need access into space so we can do some missions like crew rotation and whatnot, amongst other things. The reason is because I took a craft file with the tank configuration for the big vehicle, put it all together, all the wings that I would need to make it, all the mass, everything. Good news is, it scales pretty well. If you look at the numbers over there, it scales just fine. Bad news is, it costs $580,000 to put it out on the pad and fuel it. And that's not even including launch pad costs. That's a third of the money, and it was until I took the advance on another contract. It was a third of half of my budget. It's a third now, but still not good enough. If I lose one during a test flight, I'm screwed. So I'm gonna pad some funds, and I'm gonna do what I intended to do in the first place and get the small one working for crew and small cargo. If I can plug through, right, and get the pad up and running, we should be good for a test flight. Did you start this game save as mission mode? If so, how are the early rockets done? I started with a small sat launcher, Sea Dragon, called Imahara, and I designed that before I started the save. So I started the save with a small sat launcher that could move like 1 ton into orbit. It was a really tiny vehicle, tiny, fully expendable, and then we went from there. Yeah. So I started with at least a little bit of capability because this is a company. We're a spaceflight company, you know. So I started with just a little bit of capability. That was basically so I wouldn't have to sit there and engineer a vehicle just to launch something into space. I started with launch capability, but it was small sat launch capability, and we've been scaling up since. And I called it Imahara because right around the time when I engineered the rocket, Grand Imahara passed away, so. Alright. Does 5 orbital flights sound like a good Kerbal rating benchmark? I think 3 would be more than enough, Hunts. 3 would be good enough. Yeah. If I could launch it 3 times. Launching this thing 3 times would cost me... And if I did missions for it, it costs about 30 G's to fuel the small one, give or take. It costs about 80 to fuel the big one. Actually, it would... Actually, both of these... Are they... Yeah, actually, it's about 20. This is about how much fuel the actual SSTO carries, but... Alright, I digress. Alright, fellas, I gotta go into focus mode here, so I'm gonna talk and work. Enough with the Q&A just for right now, okay? Let's dig in. I'm already behind schedule because... chat's asking a lot of different questions today. All right, so this is the tank design that we finalized from messing around with it last night. This fits inside of the arrow shell. So I believe this is asymmetric if I'm looking at it. Are these in symmetry? Remove from symmetry, remove from symmetry. Those tanks are not. These tanks are not in symmetry. Okay, so that one is... That one's clipped backwards just a bit. And this one is how many degrees off? 15 degrees. All right, we'll find a way to get this to look a little bit nicer. All right, let's go down here. So I think the tanks are the same, right? The forward tanks are the same. It's just these ones here. So this one needs to be removed from symmetry. And then that one needs to be in line with this. So I'm going to take this off and we're just going to straight node attach it there. Then this tank, I'm going to straight node attach this one too, and then we'll tilt it in. I understand that we're clipping fuel tanks, guys, and no, I'm not particularly happy about doing this. But this is the really only... It's the only way to get it to act like the thing, act like the real vehicle. We have to kind of play around with propellant densities here, and that's what clipping fuel tanks is like. That's why I encompass these in a fairing, because I try to have the fairing take up this extra space right here, and I'm pretty sure that this volume right here, even though it doesn't look like it, that volume will pretty much, if I bridge the gap with the fairing right here, will pretty much, on top and bottom, it's not exact, but it'll almost make up for the mass that the amount of mass that we have clipped. Now, here's what I want to do. What happens if I remove this from symmetry as well, and then we turn this tank perfectly straight? That won't make the tanks clip as much. And if I have the right type of fairing here, this should work. Well, Ando, that's something I would want the SSTOs to eventually do. But right now I'm just going to use fuel trucks because we're pressed for time, not money. Except money with the big SSTO. But that'll really make a lot more sense with the big SSTO. Eventually we'll just save on cost because we'll mine our own fuel. But that does entirely depend on the seed for this save, and it depends on the fuel concentration near the pad. If you have a baseline dry mass, pray if we go back over here to prototype 12, I can get you a baseline dry mass if you want. This is more or less where we're at, 45, 131. I forget, Shady. Is there an oil deposit in the water? How would you mine it? If there's no oil in the game, Nuclear, but if you had an ore deposit that was underwater, you'd have to make a vehicle that can go down there and drill it. I've seen people make oil rigs before. Azamek, one of my buddies, he's dealing with some real life stuff right now. Azamek made an oil rig where he had drill bits that were you had a drill, and the drill was attached via a bunch of girders. So it was drill, girder segment, docking port, girder segment, and he basically made a machine that would just add more segments, so the drill would go further and further and further and further down, right? And it drilled the terrain out. Yeah, the drill got to the bottom of the surface and started drilling things, and he had an ISOU and fuel tanks up on the oil rig. Oh yeah, It's been done. You can make oil rigs that can mine fuel in KSC if there's a mineral-rich enough deposit. What would be cool, and I'm not doing this, not right now at least, what would be cool is if, I don't know, somebody made a vertical launch and vertical landing rocket and you were good enough to be able to land one on a barge or something. You could make a launch center out in the ocean somewhere that if you have a fully reusable vehicle like a Starship or something, you would never have to get near land. You have fuel. The only thing you would need is a boat that delivers payload out there. It's got to be without the old tanks to be the most accurate. This has the configuration for the tanks in terms of quantity. I'm just trying to find the right shape at this point, dude. That's all. We could. Nuclear, sure. I know you can make large objects float in KSP. We made an aircraft carrier. Remember? You can make oil rigs. I can make large floating platforms and land rockets on them. It's just really freaking tough. Yeah, Wookie, yeah. Then we turn into Kerbal Logistics Simulator, but yeah. So yeah, 45 point... I mean, Prey, I always round up in my estimations because that way you know it's going to work and it's not prohibitive to cost to do that. So do 45.2 metric tons, I think is right. I mean, the thing's heavy, and that's figuring 2,200 kilos of payload. Yeah. Isn't throttling down an engine like making its nozzle bigger? It depends on altitude, K3. It depends on altitude. It depends on operating conditions. In certain scenarios, yes. And also, your English is fine. If you told me that your English wasn't your first language, I wouldn't have believed you until you said just a second ago that English wasn't your first language. I've never seen any language problems from you. And I remember stupid stuff like that. Approximately 81 tons of needed for at least 4,000 Delta V at sea level. 81 tons of fuel. Prey, can you go around and see how much that would be just in liquid fuel? Like how many units? Like what's one liquid fuel? How many kilos is one? How many kilograms is one liquid fuel? Sometimes it can, Shady, depending on thrust. But that did have the overclocked engines on it, so yeah. All right. I like this design. I think this design has merit. None of the tanks are in symmetry though anymore, so that has its benefits and it has its drawbacks. Drawbacks is the auto strutting won't work as well, so we're going to need more struts to figure it out, so it might end up being a little bit heavier. The plus part of that is that means I can put this in symmetry instead of making two separate tanks, so that means we need less struts overall to hold the tanks in position, which could be a bonus, or it couldn't. We'll find out. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of this. And we're going to be very careful here. Ready? Alright, so now I need to get my rulers out. I need to go and make a ruler for when I make the fairing to know that the fairing is the right size, because I'm trying to save as much mass as possible. We have to be very, very careful here. Because the SSDO is already designed, and I found just because I found some numbers that work doesn't mean that if I go and finalize the tanks with the fairing and everything to get the vehicle to fly aerodynamically correct could end up putting us into a negative mass fraction, meaning not enough fuel to get into space with anything useful. Alright, now I need to set this to the length that I think I need. That's where the nose cone should point. I gotta head out. Use ratios to find... Yeah, no problem, Prey. Thanks for all your help. What are you building? Fuel tanks, Lava. This is a fuel tank that carries more fuel than the previous tanks. That should get me over the hump, so to speak. It should get me over the hump to make the small vehicle enough so I don't have to redesign it. Both fuel and oxidizer are 5 kilograms per unit. Thank you. 4, 5, okay. I'm watching the fairing mass. It's not really what I want. Gotta make sure these are well inside of the fairing on both ends here. Yep, okay, that is. As long as the center of these tanks is more or less inside of the fairing, they should aerodynamically occlude. Should. I think it looks cool, okay? Nah, the gray looks better. It looks more composite-y. You're watching 24-hour Nürburgring this weekend. I didn't know it was this weekend. Now I know. Actually, there's a better way to do this. You want the stripe helmet? Mac, what's good in the hood? Nothing, man. What's up with you? Okay, that tank can be attached correctly. Stormtrooper the thing up, black and white. Okay, I can do that. Not a problem. So that's one. So that strutted this tank to the fairing, right? And now these ones, these two tanks need to be strutted to the fairing as well. I don't need fuel in them right now. This needs to be strutted to the fairing. That needs to be strutted to the fairing. Actually, if I strutted that to that, and then that one to that one, and then strutted these to the fairing, that might work. But then again, we have to be very careful with mass here. If this is grandparent strutted, where does that grandparent strut run? The grandparent strut will run to the fairing anyway, but it'll run to the fairing back there. It won't run to the fairing like up here. What about you? What if I grandparent strut that? That'll be, these will be attached to the engine mounts. Okay. Dude, I'm so over this mini vacation. Can't wait until the 7th. First day. Oh, man. That's cool, dude. I don't care if it clips just a teeny weeny bit. It's not like we're going to see it. The arrow shell's going to be in the way. So now I should be able to run a strut there. Okay, so that runs to a strut. Or that strut runs from this tank to the fairing. Then I have another one from that tank to the fairing. Now, I want to make sure, we really got to make sure that these fuel tanks don't move. They can't move around. So, on the flip side of this, if I run another strut from here to here, that would be like running this to the fairing. And I think the fairing being the like basically the so to speak spine of this is probably the right way to make this happen. Okay, and now I have this. Guys, the reason why I want to do this, just on a side note, the reason why I'm obsessed with structure in this regard is because, okay, with jetliners, right? Like, picture an airliner taking off. The wings flex, right? Parts on an airliner are designed to flex to kind of move with the aerodynamics. It makes it more efficient. Because re-entry heating is a little bit, we'll say a little bit more dynamic of an environment, everything's on fire. Everything's on fire. Surfing a plasma when you come through re-entry, rigidity is actually going to make the vehicle work better. You don't want stuff bending out of shape. Think of it more like a boat hull. Can you imagine how weird a boat hull would be if like the boat flexed like this every time it hit a wave? That, I'm pretty sure that happened to a couple of boats one time. And boats, turns out that boats flexing like that really causes some bad problems. Yeah, that's not good. So what I'm trying to do is eliminate secondary action as much as I can. This stuff needs to stay rigid, especially when we re-enter. Because if I have like a control surface that bends during re-entry, well, that means the vehicle's going to fly off to the side or something. And if I have fuel tanks that are just kind of wobbling around inside of the aero shell, even though they're in a fairing, this fairing doing this, right, during re-entry is really going to affect body lift. A lot. Okay, weird flex. Yeah, boats flex. Spoiler alert, doesn't end well. That's cool, Phil. It makes the front fall off, Saber. Yeah, that's exactly what happened to the Edmund Fitzgerald. But yes, well, the front fell off. So yeah, you really want to make sure that you don't do that. Stuff has to stay super rigid or else we're going to have a bad day, man. Yeah, I like the gray. The gray looks the best. All right, so that's why I'm making sure everything is strutted to everything else. Because, so like all four of these are strutted to the actual fairing shape. And then they're grandparent strutted. These are grandparent strutted to that. So this thing should be super freaking rigid. Should be. So the last thing I got to do is go in here like this, and I got to make sure that this tank is also strutted. And actually, you know what would be better? It would be better aerodynamically if I actually did this on the inside of the fairing. Nah, he's just a nerd. So see, if we ran the strut inside here, we're inside the fairing, and that should aerodynamically occlude these. I really wish my original bilobe design worked. The conic tanks that we made could have been made to work. I just need to add more of them or make the SSTO bigger and or smaller. But they were a cool idea. The first tanks I made, I actually tried to make... The first set of tanks that I made for the SSTO, I actually tried to make them look like... I tried to make it look like the real bilobe tanks. I tried to mimic kind of the shape. And now that I have a little bit more understanding of how the tanks need to be, we could probably go back. I don't know. Could we make a tank that this thing carries 2880 plus 1440? 4,000. I'm not remaking the tanks, Ando. I'm finalizing them. Those struts, actually, I don't think we have the... Oh, no. This one can be put in here. I'm finalizing the tanks. These are the tanks that I made last night. I actually figured out that I had a little bit of a miscalculation with, I had a little bit of a miscalculation with delta V numbers because I attached a tank to a part that can't be cross-fed. That's why last night, dude, when I was trying to fix this thing so much, when I was trying to fix the thing so much, I couldn't get the numbers right, and I couldn't figure out why. I figured out why. Some of the fuel tanks that I put in the prototype design that we made last night, some of the fuel tanks I put in there, they were attached to non-cross-feeding parts, so they were impeding my delta V. Yeah. Instead of... They were impeding delta V instead of expanding it. So I figured that out today, and then I attached a... I figured it out, and I recalculated the numbers, and it turns out that with this fuel configuration that we set up last night, with some of the tanks actually cross-feeding how I wanted them to, it gets us about 4,000 delta V. I couldn't get why no matter what I did last night, it just kept showing 3,600 delta V. I thought the numbers were wrong or something. But then we tallied the numbers up, and they were off, but they weren't off by much, which is very interesting. Rocky guy, I make mistakes, man. What do you want? Stuff's tough, man. That, and it's really easy to make a mistake when you're trying to keep up with chat and streaming and all this other stuff. I mean, I'm not going to say that I wouldn't have made that mistake other way. I probably would have, but it's all right. It's okay. You know why? Because I caught it. Sometimes you just need to I wouldn't say a good night's sleep. Sometimes you just need some sleep. See you last. Freddie Mercury is a rocket scientist. I want to break free. I want to break free. Free from this gravity. God knows I want to break free. Alright, anyway. Bandit, what's up? I do not see your last anywhere. I guess we will see boat wheels for F1. Yeah, I know. Somebody linked that already. Jeez. Yeah, Rocket Guy, right? Yeah, how did they not notice that? I mean, to be fair, chat was pretty on their game helping me, like, engineer this thing. Alright, all the internal struts are there. They're not in symmetry. The fairing costs a little bit more than I thought it would in terms of mass. Take this. Don't stage the fairing. Grandparent strut. Grandparent strut, grandparent strut. Okay. This, and this are all connected to the fairing. They're strutted to the actually fairing arrow shape. And yeah, we should be good. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna do an arrow test with this. I'm gonna make sure that I don't leave any stone unturned here. So give me the K200. You guys love this song. And I'm going to do a small arrow test here with this. Let's just make sure all the struts ran correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, the struts are running correctly. Good. All right, we're gonna drive this thing up and down the runway, and I'm gonna get some aero calculations on it, okay? Bill and Bob, I'm gonna need you. You gotta be scientific. You ended up subbing to New Retro Rave on YouTube because of me months ago. Nice. Sweet. I like synthwave and retrowave, dude. Alright, so what I want to do is do a little bit of an aero test. I just need to make sure that the fairing that I made for these tanks where I tried to keep the mass down, I got to make sure that they're actually occluding the tanks correctly. It'll be really easy to spot with the aero menus open. Alright, so let's go over here. Let's bring up the aero debug menu. So, look. A part that is not occluded will be creating drag. Like this. Let's get some speed up. You see how the drag number, the amount of drag, the drag force right there is going up. Right? As we go faster down the runway, right? The fairing should be making the most amount of drag. And it is. Good. These ones should read 0. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. All right. Excellent. What's that, Vulcan? Whoa. Ah, I see what you did there. Cool. Excellent. So this thing making more drag than everything else shows that this tank design is good. It's sound. And let me just time warp it a couple of times. See any secondary action coming from the tank? The whole tank is more or less moving as one piece. Yep, it's only the truck suspension bouncing, which it's supposed to do. Good. Yeah, well, yeah, I got you. I'm like, you got 2 of the same set? No, it was another shuttle, which is cool. That's awesome, man. It's great for aerospace stuff. It's good work music, Trey. It's good background music. It's catchy. It's just good music. I like working with synthwave is great working music. Don't get me wrong, I probably would be listening to rock and roll like if we could, but I'm out of coffee. No, it's too early to run out of coffee. But that rock and roll, I would want to rock out every time I heard a song that I liked, which is basically what happened when we could listen to it, you know? Anyway. Alright, so that's what I'm looking for. This bilobe design is ready to go. This is aerodynamic certified, meaning I tested it. I tested the arrows, so 6, 4, 21. Huh, Killdozer. Nice. Gunship is also a great synthwave, and it's stream safe. Cool. Alright, we're good. The cool thing about this is because none of these are in symmetry, I could stack these tanks in symmetry on the actual vehicle, which is good. It's good work music, MotoKid. I'm with you on that one. Alright, so we are going to go back into prototype 12 now. And we got a little bit of work to do here. The work is as follows. Ready? We'll save before I do this. Let's open up the hood on this thing, so to speak. Okay, I see what we did. Got it. Got it. Cool. Let me the fairings. All right, get rid of this. Get rid of that. Yeah, with Treetop Flyer, man. Wasn't that cool? Yeah, that's a good time, Puppet. Sucks, dude. but I get it. Hey, can't just go around stealing people's intellectual property. I mean, how does that make us any better than anyone else? I get it. I understand it. I'm actually in favor. It's gonna sound so screwed up, but I'm pro intellectual property. Like, I agree with the record companies. I do. What I don't like is that they don't give us a better way to do it. That's where I'm like, really? You know? But it is what it is. So, how I'm going to do this with these engine mounts is like this. These engine mounts, I believe, are node attached to the fairing. So I think I used some of the interstage nodes. Yeah, see? The interstage nodes are being taken up. I'm not sure if I should change that or not. This way we might take an aerodynamic hit, but if I radially attach this, if I radially attach that to that, it leaves the back node of the thing open, and I can make an engine mount with it, and we could save 100 kilograms, which is, I'll be honest with you, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Even then I could attach something that's lighter to make an engine mount. So I'm gonna put this pretty much where the fairing, where I think the tank should go, and then I'm gonna get rid of these. I'll leave the structural fuselages there. We'll go in here like this. Exploded view. Where's the sleeping bag for Jeb? In his coffin, which is in his grave. Andrew. Jeb's dead, man. I killed him. Such a putz.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Both of these have fairings on them because they're in symmetry, right? Hey, Commandu! 11 months, Merry Christmas. Wait.
Should we wait until tonight? The sweetest love is made by day. It feels right. Baby, why? Should we wait?
That's a tank resert if I mess with it. No, get rid of it. Get rid of it. I messed with the tanks to get them to fit. I don't want to do that because that means I wouldn't be sure if it aerodynamically would work correctly. So I'm not going to do that. You thought Disrespect was playing KSP? Nice mustache. Thanks, Connecticut. Yeah. The doc. Didn't he? Yeah, he ended up going over to YouTube, didn't he? Because some stuff went down. I don't know too much about it, so I'm not going to talk about it. I will say this, Connecticut. I started wearing sunglasses on stream in 2013, man. Like light years before Doc was even a thing, man. I started doing it before it was cool. I haven't done it since, because, yeah, Doc kind of owned it. You know, he kind of owned it. But yeah, freaking funny, isn't it? Freaking funny. The mustache is funny. The sunglasses is funny. I get that a lot, dude. I get that I look like Doc if I do that. I had a mullet for a long time, and then I bet chat that if Elon Musk's Starship landed, that I would cut my hair and go back to having a crew cut, and it landed, and yep, I literally gave myself a high and tight when my hair was down to here. It was a freaking huge clump. For right now, baseball, yeah. For right now, absolutely. Okay. See, moving the tanks in, I don't want to do that because it could mess up the struts. See? And some of the struts didn't even run. That one didn't run. Wonder if we can go back with it a little bit. I gotta go back to the other tank design. I have to make sure I don't modify this thing too much, but we might need to. And if we're going to, now's the time to do it. But I just gotta make sure these struts ran correctly. So it looks like 3 out of the 4 struts are running correctly, based off of this. And if I move this in closer to the fairing, I know that that's not going to mess with the arrow too much. I'll put this out on the runway in a second, and we can test it and see it. So on the mastercraft file, we should go back and in and move that tank. I moved it 1 tick inward to make the tank a little bit more compact. Let's just make sure that when I placed it, the struts ran correctly. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, they did run correct. Good. So let's close up the arrow shell. Close up the arrow shell. And let's try to fit these tanks back into position. Man. Any hops coming in the near future, Connecticut? No, dude. I think after 15 landed, SpaceX changed the mission scope a little bit. What does that mean? I think after 15 landed, they got enough data on landing the thing, right? So they started working on engineering another component. Now, what does that mean in plain English? The funny thing is, when you're designing a re-entry vehicle, like the space shuttle was this way, and the X-37 kind of worked like this, Dream Chaser, whatever. What you generally do, right, is you design it backwards. What does that mean? Well, the first thing that they tested with the shuttle was landing it. Got to make sure the thing lands on the runway. Seriously, you got to make sure it lands on the runway. If it doesn't land on the runway, why even bother launching it into space, right? And then from there, it was thermal protection, etc., etc. Basically, every human-rated spacecraft kind of starts with the first stuff that usually gets tested is if it's a pod, you test the parachutes. if the parachutes don't work, who cares about anything else, right? Or with the shuttle to make sure it flies right, or with Starship, make sure it lands right. SpaceX, because of their design, right? Because of their design and the way Elon Musk goes about with rapid iteratively prototyping stuff is, well, the first thing they tested was hopping it to make sure the stainless steel tanks work. And then they tested aero surfaces and they tested the flip. And once they got that figured out, the next thing I think they're going to move to is to make sure that the tiles work. Do the flight regime backwards, right? Next thing they're going to test is the tiles. So that we're not going to see a hop so much as see a Starship launch into space,
Go and throttle up.
do a orbit once around, and then it's going to re-enter over Hawaii, north of Hawaii, and land. What they're trying to do now is test the thermal protection system. They're going to test the tiles because you design backwards whenever you make a spacecraft. You test backwards, I should say. You test it backwards. You don't start with launching it into space. Okay, congratulations. If you launch it into space and it works, good job. What if the heat shield doesn't work? Then you just wasted a lot of time, right? Hey, Flyboy, 15-month resub. So I don't think there's any hops coming in the near future. I think the next one will probably be summer, and it won't be a hop. It'll be an orbital attempt. The cops, though, I don't know. Maybe. I'm sure there will be some police officers there when they launch. Also doubles as a super heavy test flight. That's right, Pigsig. You got it, buddy. It's more like aircraft testing and certification. Yeah, Rocket Guy, that's correct. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, Frill. Yeah, probably. I just got back. What are you doing? Finalizing this design, Velo? I ended up using all this extra space that we had in the center, right? The struts don't like being in symmetry. One, two, three, four. I'm in a freaking jungle gym over here. 1, 2, 3. Nope. Alright. These can't be placed in sim. It doesn't like it when it places in symmetry. Because the struts run correctly on the side that... Yeah. Okay.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I just gotta prevent all these struts from just going off and just strutting in all different directions. So, 1, 2, 3, and 4. All the struts ran correctly, but the one that's mirroring off the symmetry node, it mirrored the angle of the struts, and now it's not running correctly. So, can't run these in sim. Now I placed one tank on one side. All the struts ran correctly in symmetry, right? And now what I'll do is take this tank. If I flip it over yep, nope, I can't do that. So go in here, merge the tank, literally take the exact same tank, flip it over, and let me make sure that the fairing is set to mouse over, place it and replace it, and it should run the struts correctly. Nope. All of them are backwards. All right. Merge like this, right? Hey, thanks for the bits. Yep, okay. So that time they ran correctly. So if I detach this and I flip it over to get the other tank, do the struts still run correctly? 1, 2, 3, and 4. You can tell they're running correctly because they ran to where I wanted them attached to. Now what we can do is take our engine mounts and move them so we're more in line. And now the tanks will move in symmetry. But now we have to hold all the tanks together, and because I have more tank here, the payload bay has to be further up in the air, which shouldn't be a problem. What is this, Jackery? Yeah, I'm not going to show that on stream. Yeah, that people easily could have died from that. I'm not going to, yeah, that's not a good idea. Yeah, about that chip shortage. Oh, don't do that. Too real. Too real, man. So. Alright, let's see if this fits. It's just a teeny little bit. You can go and play the kazoo. Okay. I did, Nuclear. It looks cool. Looks good. Alright, so all these struts for the arrow shell, I'm going to redo them. We just got to make sure right now that the 4 struts that are here on each side of the tank are running correctly. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Perfect. Okay, we can get rid of that. I can get rid of that. We're not going to need those in this design. Alright, this looks good. Now what I need is to... The tanks fit, so... I'm going to fold the arrow shell down again, and then we're just going to... See, there's some struts that aren't being run right here that we have to run, that the game got rid of, because these were going to the old fuel tanks, right? So I'm going to rerun them. And make sure that everything is run, all the struts are being run correctly. The other thing we're gonna do is get rid of that, and then our cow controller, I'll just leave that there for now, but I'll probably find another home for it as well. More info for the vid. Oh, jeez. No, yep, no, that's terrible. Somebody definitely bit the bullet there. Alright. So these are arrow shell struts. I know those ones work, and I know we have the space there. I would, you know what I want to do, guys? I want to go in here and see if we can fit more fuel tanks in the front tank design, but I'm not sure we can. Like, there's a lot of negative space right here, but I don't think there's any fuel tank in there that I would... Like, I don't think I can replace this fuel tank with anything that could fill up that shape any better, save for, like, a conic adapter, right? That would be the only thing I could think that could fit in there. That's too big. All right. So that's a landing gear strut right there. The landing gear can go on the outside over here. And we got to hold on the landing gear. Hold on the landing gear because I don't know where the thing could run. I don't know where to place it just yet. And then we also need to mess with our dry COM indicator, which is in here somewhere. But we don't want to mess with those just yet either. These little flags here with the checker markers are where is my center of mass indicator. It's just, yeah, I left them there. So I don't necessarily need this turned on to see it. When will I see this toy fly? Angela, it could be today. It really depends on how much work I get done. What I have to do today is just basically go and recertify the vehicle. I had to redesign its fuel tanks, and redesigning the fuel tanks for this small SSTO, or for the small plane, the whole shell is built around the fuel tanks. So redesigning the fuel tank is like redoing the foundation on a house. So I gotta really make sure that I go back and I make sure that this tank redesign works with all of the other things that I engineered here. It's basically just me going back and checking like making sure all my T's and lowercase J's are dotted. T's are crossed, lowercase J's dotted. That's, yeah, lowercase J, not I. What happened to the big SSTO? Nothing, Ryan. I stopped development on it. The reason why I stopped development on it is because it's $500,000 a vehicle. Per vehicle. $500,000 per, which is... I cannot operate that with this budget that I have. So what I decided to do was go back and make the push to make the small one operational, which is what we're doing right now. I took an advance on a Sentinel asteroid mission. An asteroid mission popped up in the contract thing, and there's a mission to track asteroids, and I thought it would be a good idea to grab the mission. Because the payout is 700 G's, and the advance was 400. So, yeah, I thought that would be a good idea to kind of grab. Hey, Jeff. Do you have something to do the mission with? No, but we will. What's stopping this thing from doing it? I could assemble a Sentinel telescope in space with this thing. Or just, if I can make it light enough. I mean, how much does the Sentinel... It's only 100 kilograms. Yeah, I could launch it out of this thing if I make the payload bay correct. Yeah, we could make a small one with big solar panels or something. As long as we don't... I'm aiming for about 2-ton payload capacity with this SSTO. It's a small sat launcher, like Electron, or like Falcon 1, or Virgin Orbit, or Firefly. Actually, Firefly's a little bit more. Pretty much, Jeff. I went to reevaluate redesigning the aero shell today, and I noticed something. And I noticed that some of my fuel tanks, Jeff, were not placed correctly and giving me improper delta V readings. Yeah, it's just asteroid tracking, exactly. With Asteroid Day coming up on the 30th at the end of this month, I thought it would be cool to have that into the science mission, our kind of science mission directorate. Chat didn't vote for that mission. I just kind of, it was an executive thing because I need the cash. I need the cash, man.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Retro Mesa. Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. Thank you. I've never done a telescope contract before. How does it work? Well, the contract wants me to go send the telescope into solar orbit. And then it's a passive contract. It will automatically start looking for asteroids. I just got to send it out into a heliocentric orbit, so an orbit around the sun. So if you're wondering, dude, what the heck are you doing? Why are you taking time to place all these struts? I'm taking time to place them because if I make them line up, it's a good visual indicator for me that that strut's supposed to be there. Like you see this strut right here? I know that strut's supposed to be there because everything is nice and straight. You see that? I take the time to do this to make sure I don't have any wild struts going around in the wrong spots.
Discovery, go at
See how
throttle
all
up.
the struts are uniform? It's a very good indicator for me as a designer to know that I put that strut there and it's not just some random wild strut that's going all over the place. Like that one, I know I placed that because see how it's nice and uniform? Connecticut, hey, 3-month resub. Is the big SSDO canceled? No. No, Ryan, not at all. No. I didn't cancel the one. It's not that it's too expensive permanently. It's too expensive right now. If I lose a vehicle, I lose half of the money that I have. It's not that it's too expensive. It's that I need this to make more money so I can afford it if I lose one. I don't want to take the risk, man. Arcsign, what's 4,000 Arc Heaviness is what we're aiming for. It'll land on the ground, Bello. Yeah, Phil, I think I got it under control. I'm putting together a more finalized version now, and we'll crunch the numbers one last time. This should be right. I should be able to get this to work. Arcsign, what's the article? New military program to study using huge rockets for global cargo delivery. Yeah, dude. I said the other day, United States Transportation Command wants to use Starship to drop supplies from orbit down to the surface anywhere. That's ridiculous. Not necessarily troops. It's for supplies only, from what I understand. So it's not like Starship's going to land and a tank will pop out the side. I mean, that would be... I mean, I'm not going to say that wouldn't be cool, because it would. But, yeah, it's very interesting. Transportation Command. The United States Transportation Command is in charge of logistics, in charge of transportation. It's a part of the Department of Defense that, like, works like it's U.S. mobility lift. U.S. mobility. So like C5, C-130s, C-17s, anything that's not, it's not a frontline assault thing. It's logistics. It's moving around military stuff. So it's not ODSTs. Like Military Transport Command doesn't make the landing craft that land on the beach. All right, that's a military unit. They make the ship that transports the landing craft to the beach. You know what I mean? It's background logistics. It's FedEx for the DoD, pretty much. All right. So I have these tanks. This tank is strutted twice to that tank because this, I don't want this moving around. This tank is strutted twice to that tank. And then the fairing right here that's holding this whole thing is strutted to our main fairing there. I think I want one more strut in this design here, and the strut will go from tank to fairing. One can dream. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I don't want like ODST stuff. That would be really freaking cool, man. All right. Excellent. So that's the tank structure figured out. That's pretty much mimicking the tank structure that I had previously. The other thing that I could do and we'll do this if I, look at it and I need, and it shows that it needs to be done. I could strut tanks to fairing here. And that would make this thing super strong. If I strut these inner tanks to the fairing there, yeah, because the rocket engines are now attached. The rocket engines in this design, and this is part of a mass saving measure, I'm going to mount the shuttle engines on the girder segments that hold the tanks. So the engines are going to be pushing on a thrust structure that's pushing on the tanks. And then the tanks will be pushing on the front tank, which should tow the arrow shell with it, so to speak. Yeah. It should work like that. Okay, now we gotta go in here. This is my center girder segment here. I don't really have much room to run the struts here anymore. This is the other thing that I have to revise. So this strut ran to a tank, and that strut ran to a tank as well. I had them braced. I had a cross brace in here. That's what these struts were there for. And then the back fairing plate here was pushing on the engine, so this is kind of to tie the whole structure together. But then again, with this new hierarchy design, I think... Okay, grandparent strut's going to the girder segment. Yeah, I got it, okay. Do these new tanks have enough Delta V to get this thing into orbit? I mean, Ryan, ask yourself the question. If they didn't, why the heck would I be here? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to do a little bit of critical thinking. If these tanks weren't enough to get it into space, do you think, or at least if I wasn't...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Like, I wouldn't be working on them if it wasn't. At least I'm going to try to get it to work. I think it's enough. I think I can get it to be enough. I think. Hey, Oligamst, 41-month resub. But yeah, I mean, just on a side note, I keep seeing people ask about space news, and yeah, I've been taking kind of a break from space news because I said I would approach this deadline in KSP in good faith. So that means doing a little bit less space news. But the news cycle has been a little bit on the slow side lately because Starship isn't doing much, you know? Kind of happy that SpaceX shifted to orbital flight. If we had to cover Starship stuff, I mean, if there's even we get any inkling of a Starship hopping at all, that's pretty much the entire day just sitting there watching it because we don't know when it's going to fly, right? So I'm kind of happy. Kind of worked out. If I use critical thinking, shouldn't the last tank design have gotten into orbit? What do you... Yeah, I mean... Wookie, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how you could say you're critically thinking, you know... Oh, well, critically thinking says that the last one should have got to orbit. Well, the last one didn't get to orbit. So, in fact, making that kind of assumption is not critically thinking. That's not using your brain. If the last one didn't make it into orbit and it had 3,800 sea level, it had 3,800 sea level delta V, right? And the last one didn't make it. Even with my terrible ascent profile, it still didn't make it. It was about 120 meters a second short. If I get that number, the specific impulse, or not the specific impulse, if I get the sea level delta V up to 4,000, that means even if I fly a terrible ascent profile, it still should be able to at least make it into space. If I fly a good ascent profile, I got to remember that this thing doesn't need to fly a steep ascent because it's not reusable in the way that it's boosting back, but it's reusable that it needs to fly into space. So if I understand the ascent profiles and get a little bit better at it, that 200 delta V, 200 vacuum delta V, or that extra 200 meters a second sea level delta V should equal more vacuum delta V. That would be critically thinking about this. In fact, saying that the last one should have made it into orbit is not doing that. Yeah, that's why, Shady, I was thinking about adding a orbital maneuvering system, but it's fine. So mirror sim is not going to work here, so what I'll do is do an X brace right here. And this is kind of a cross beam that holds this all together. Actually, you know what? We have room to do this on the bottom, I think. Actually, we don't. The girder segment is there. Huh. And I don't want much disrupting where the payload bay needs to be. I don't want struts going through it, but we'll hold off on that. There's nothing that's holding these two tanks together right now. Like, if you look at the follow the hierarchy, the main structure of this goes down here into that girder segment, into the fairing, and then the tank mounts and engine mounts are attached to the fairing. So the hierarchy right now looks like a W, right? And there's nothing that's holding this together right here, but it's holding it together up front. So I think we should be okay in that regard. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm talking to my dad. Hey, Ismik, what's going on? All right. The only thing we have to fear is being in a starship when it flips and lands. Forlorn, I don't know how the heck they're gonna get that. Like, how you, like, are you gonna sit in it sideways when it's doing the belly flop? Like, are the seats gonna be on like a gimbal, or like, will the seats rotate with the rotation of Starship? Like, how are you gonna... I still don't understand the people component of this. But, you got me. I thought the stream was buffering. Yeah, well... I'm just kidding. Sorry. Alright. So, let's get back into this. We've been on a roller coaster with free moving seats. Yeah, the seats are weighted, sure. Hey, HPB, what's up, dude? How are you? You know what? I always hated this thing sticking out. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna move that 1 or 2 ticks inwards, and then I'm gonna move this 1 or 2 ticks outwards so the wings are in the same spot. Okay, so all the tank struts should be good. Once again, there's no cross strut there, but you know what? Just, yeah. This should... Going fairing to here. From fairing to tank should be enough to box these tanks in so they don't move. Are their sides fanned out like that to make canards? No. What's next after the big SSTO? Well, Sea Dragon, you started coming into the stream during lifter development or launch vehicle development. What happens after? I start putting them to work. Oh, I think chat, if I'm remembering correctly, the current Kerbal mission directorate is to go to the moon. So I have to demonstrate that this thing can move people into space and then get people out to the moon, etc., etc. But when this thing gets operational, I'll use it for just strictly commercial missions and strictly commercial missions for now, guys. And sorry, this part of the screen always have trouble being lighted. And crew rotations to the station and stuff. What are the chances of you growing out a Rolly Fingers mustache? I don't know. Yeah, Snap, I have to ask Brembo about that, dude. But, I mean, I don't know. Maybe. Really depends. I think Bremo is tired of being in the freaking house all the time. We might go down the beach. I have no idea, dude. We'll figure it out, though. Alright, so this is going to need a strut. That one already has one, but that one is... I'm pretty sure that one was left over from previous construction. See, I know that this strut is all messed up because of how it's running and how it's attached. See, that's a weird attachment point. I wouldn't have left a strut like that. It's a good indicator to me that that strut's not supposed to be there. Or the way I ran it is no longer useful. That strut most likely was doing this. It was most likely connecting the wing segment into the tanks. Like that. I mean, our mission architecture, lunar transfer landing and return wasn't bad. It was only dark. So just space, what I think I'll do is the transfer vehicles and everything should be just fine. The transfer vehicles should work. It should work fine. And then the big SSTO will be able to bring transfer stages up and down, and I can just refuel them down here. Yeah. So this one's basically taking the place of Freedom 7, and then the big one's going to basically take the place of, well, not Freedom 10, because it can move way more into space than Freedom 10, but you get the idea. I'm gonna have a heavy lifter, and then I'm gonna have a crew lifter. Now, could the heavy lifter move crew? I mean, I guess I could make that work, but this one should also do it too. Yeah, keep both in operation. I don't know how I'm gonna do that, dude. I might need 2 different launch sites that aren't near each other just because of the high part counts of these vehicles. But, like I said, cross that bridge when we get to it. Either way, I think it would, like, in terms of, like, the big SSTO development, if, I'm not sure I'm going to make the deadline, guys. Probably not, but, what I do think, though, is I'd rather have at least one operational vehicle. If I'm gonna miss the deadline, I would want at least this thing running operational missions. I think that'll mean more to chat, that this thing is running ops, right, than it would if I had a half-built or a fully built big SSDO that I can't launch, and this thing being a suborbital prototype. I'd rather have something that can get into space, Can this craft discover the desert or the island? If I landed there, John, but both of those runways are too short for an SSTO for my taste. Have you ever made a deadline? Yeah. Yeah, I made one. I made one after I missed one, you know what I mean? So I missed one, chat voted to extend it, and then give me a new deadline, and I hit that deadline. But, yeah. This save? No, you guys gotta give me some time, dude. I've had to completely change the way I stream to accommodate for these deadlines, like not doing Space News, Minecraft. Like, I have to find a balance with everything. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that as to be like, look what you did, look what you did. I do that as a joke sometimes. Where I'm at is I have to figure out better time management with this new type of play style. And I'd like to think that I've been figuring it out.
Speaking of time management, are you ever gonna eat?
Oh yeah, there's pizza. Thank you for reminding me.
No problem.
We have pizza today, Jim. How does chat vote on deadlines? Well, when a poll is open, you can vote on it right in chat. If you want to go look at where the polls are, go onto my website. Go onto ejsa.space, and yeah, you should be able to see in there what the polls are about. There's none open right now. Well, Toasted, the whole point with the deadlines is to teach me that time management so I can get you content on a more regular schedule, and it's to teach you guys that sometimes you could think you budgeted a deadline correctly and completely mess it up. That is what happens with the Real Space program all the time. It's very easy to underestimate how difficult rocket science is, you know? But yeah, I don't mind doing the deadlines. I'll figure out a way to meet them. I like this. This gives me purpose. It gives good purpose to play KSP. I can use this to teach people, and you guys get good content and good test flights and good Kerbal content. Everybody wins with this. That's correct, John. Exactly as predicted. The deadlines, this is why I did it. This is why I did it, so I wouldn't be sitting there engineering a pad for 6 months straight with no accountability and bore everybody to death. Mission mode is supposed to be interesting. And that's, John, that's actually the reason why I made myself make launch pads in this game. Because that means even if I build the rocket, instead of just focusing on building the pad, right? I have to engineer them in parallel, and it turns out if you engineer a pad and a rocket in parallel like that when you're under a deadline, it actually gets made and it actually works. Funny how that works, right? Like, geez. What's the best analogy for the situation we're in right now with the stuff that's happened to NASA in real life? Actually, the real Venture Star program is a good example of that. Believe it or not. Yeah, the real Venture Star program. My tanks are what's killing me. The tanks are what's hampering this design. It ain't aero, that's for sure. The aerodynamics are fine. The tanks are killing me. Getting the mass fraction right on these tanks is really difficult because SSTOs. And you know what, JustSpace, when you're making SSTOs in real life, I'm pretty sure you know this, but just in case you don't or anybody else doesn't know, when you make SSTOs in real life, it's an even higher degree here than it is. It's an even higher degree in real life than it is in KSP. Yeah. All right. Yeah, they had problems getting the mass fraction right with the composite hydrogen tanks. Now let that one play off your mind for a second. Composite in 1996, carbon fiber tanks, carbon fiber bilobe tanks that hold liquid hydrogen. I'm amazed it worked as well as it did on the first try, to be honest with you. Venture Star and the X-33's design is from 1996. Yeah, that means Lockheed Martin figured out a way to make carbon fiber tanks in the mid-90s, which is... And then they got the design working in 2001. But it was after the program failed, which is annoying as hell. Yeah, Tori Bruto. It's almost cheating. I would have loved to have known what he worked on with the X-33, but he probably can't say, Laserman. Yeah, Ismic. Dude, I gotta do that. That's not even... I don't just do that to even, just make good content, dude. I have to keep the challenges going or else I'll get bored. I'll get bored. Yeah. You know, you have to play hot potato, man. You have to keep going. You have to keep pushing. I compete against myself at this point to make better designs, you know? Dragon, yeah, I'm getting to that. You know why the program failed? It didn't fail. It was canceled, Incurable. Lockheed got the design working. It got rule 8'd, dude, to be 100% honest. They canceled it. Politics canceled it, which is stupid. Alright. Let's go in here like this. Go in here like this. Dragon, I don't necessarily want to do cargo modules here, but we could. But I don't, that's not exactly what I want to do. Oh man, these new tanks are going to kill me. Finger's going to kill me. Those struts will still run in there, right? Cool, and that means I don't need that panel anymore. Another weight reduction thing that we did on this previously was getting rid of that because the flags can bridge the gap. We don't need that docking port back there anymore. Yeah, kick. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Some other time, dude. Alright. Payload base flipping into the fuel tanks. I gotta be very careful about messing with this aerodynamically, but... Frick. How are we gonna do this? Go eat some pizza? Give me a second, Jim. Yeah, just give me a moment. Jim, I don't want to lose my train of thought here. That's the thing. All of the arrow shell. The wings on the shell right here, that's not strutted. Those have to be strutted. This one, it has to be strutted, or else it's not going to work. Strut the wing section. Actually, you know what? We could go right to the fairing right here. That's fine. Oh. No, we can't. There we go. That one's going to the fairing. Perfect. And I'm just going to turn this thing into position. You covered a docking port. I know. Yeah, Dylan, I know. That's an old integration port for where I picked it up with the crane. Thanks, man. I'll get it. I will fix it. What's that, Reagan? Oh, what a shot. Man. How am I supposed to keep my train of thought when people keep linking this? No, Jetpack, I didn't. I couldn't figure out what I wanted to do to optimize it. But if I push hard tonight, we should be able to get some stuff in before racing. That's what I'm trying for. Oh. That's pretty. You know what? It's a great picture by Richard Angle right there. I'm putting that in my Falcon Pictures compilation. Forgot to tag you last message. As in, do you need space for 1 meter parts? 1 meter parts. How many 1 meter parts are you planning on putting in the payload bay? As in, do you need space for 1 meter parts? The 1.2. These things? The 1.2. What is it? 1.25? I want that whole payload bay. Yeah. Yeah, I would want the whole payload bay. The problem is, I mean, that doesn't take up much space, but it does take up some. If I gizmo that up, will it fit? It's close. I mean, unless I'm gonna be launching some CubeSats or something, dude. Yeah, this is gonna be, it's gonna need to be like this. Problem is, it's just clipping into the dang tanks too much. I do have somewhat of a solution, though, I suppose. Yes, I suppose. All right, let me just check something. So those go right there, and if I attach something to the side of that fairing, of the main integration fairing, are they level? Now, what in the heck? Hold on a second here. Now, why are those not lined up? That's peculiar. Oh, okay. It's how I attached them. All right. Fair. I think we're just racing for the time being. Real life stuff is preventing us from staging a hunt the streamer. So, like, yeah, don't worry. Yeah, I think we're racing. Yeah, Zen, that was made by somebody who most likely searched a couple of YouTube videos about rocket science, played some Kerbal for a second, and then promptly just decided everything was fake, so I don't care what they have to say. I've seen the rockets land with my own eyes, so, I mean, and no, I wasn't duped, and to sit here and say that I don't know what's going on with spaceflight would be kind of a dumb thing to think. Yeah. And the fun thing was that you appear in one of the videos. Nice. Whose video was it? They found me. I don't know how, but they found me. Run for it, Marty. Probably use the Falcon Heavy footage if I had to guess. I don't care. I really don't. I don't care. It does not bother me in the least. Hey, RB, what's up? Alright. Yeah, it's fucking heavy. Alright, so before we go any further, guys, we're gonna do a little bit of a quote-unquote tanking test. Look at this thing. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of a tanking test here. Let's see where our Delta V reading ends up. $39.49. Could you DMCA for the use of your content with the content without permission? I screwed up. I hit the wrong button, and I don't like hitting undo. Undo breaks things. How far back am I? Not far. Where's the... Okay. Alright, we're alright. Good. I had hit the save button before I decided to do that fueling test, which is good for me. Yeah, that's DOS's content. I was just there. So, I mean, you can't DMCA for likeness, I'm pretty sure. DOS would have to be the one to do it. But I'm not sure DOS even gives a crap either. But I wouldn't, you know, it's not really wise to speak for people, you know? So, who knows? Alright, let's save. Everything is clean in here. Let's save and let's do a fueling test again. I gotta go in here and fill up all the tanks again. It'd be cool to have a fuel drain. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. It would be cool to have a fuel draining option here. Has this already had a retanking done? I'm working on it right now. What are you using for the engine plate? I switched this. Mass saving measure that I haven't implemented yet that I'm going to work on is using the structure that mounts the tanks is going to double as the engine mount. I'll show you how I'm going to do that in a moment. King, no, not gonna add a third engine. I could add a third engine, but I'm not going to. We've decided to overclock these engines instead. That's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna OC the engines. And I also should be taking these off of their mounts and doing this. Hey, drummer. So, 39.58, huh? That's close. It's very close. Gotta make sure all these tanks are filled. I'm pretty sure they all are. That makes sense given the fact that I needed to make the fairings for these tanks. There's one thing I should probably check, though. That's Atmo, Chaka. We're 4226 with 2.2 tons of payload. I'm shooting for 4,000 altitude, jetpack. Yeah. There's still some things we have to go in and we have to mess with here, but is this going to get ohms pods? No. Verniers. Verniers will do me right. Have you ever seen it before, drummer? Or? Well, Jaka, you're gonna hate me. This, with all of the testing that we did last night, the front and back tanks here and the payload bay, those were attached to one of the panels that was right here, and it wasn't cross-feeding the fuel and the Delta V. The Delta V numbers. Yeah, wasn't cross-feeding fuel. Oops. That's why that's why I decided, you know, yesterday I was like, I gotta redesign it, and today I'm like, we're almost getting ready to get it to fly. Yep. So, you know how I couldn't get it above 3,700? There's your reason. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not mad. What's required for orbit in stock? 3,500 should get you where you need to go, Grab Shark, with a nice, good ascent profile. But because of the high drag that this thing makes, it's better for me to shoot for 4,000. 4,000 vacuum should get you there. If you want to know how, how I'm coming to that conclusion, when we did serial number 4's suborbital test, I was 120 meters a second Delta V short, and my ascent profile was terrible. Now, I probably could have launched that design again and gotten it into space if I flew on a good ascent trajectory. However, even if I could wring 120 meters a second out of it from a good ascent trajectory, we would have no fuel. So we would have no fuel to deorbit and come back down. So in my mind, if I get 4,000 instead of 3,800, it was like 3,814 or something. If I get 4,000 meters a second, specific impulse, 4,000 meters a second Delta V at sea level, with the right TWR here, I should be able to get this up into space, and it should have fuel left over. Plenty of fuel left over. I'll test it again, and I'm willing to, you know, I know good and well that we could sack the vehicle that way. The vehicle we could lose it. We could lose the Ford. We could lose 5, serial number 5, just like we lost 4. It's possible. It could happen. But if it works, you know, then I can get a good reentry test. We can test the operational capability here, and all of the testing that I get here will scale to the big SSTO when I have enough money to get it to work. If it doesn't work, I don't know. We'll figure something out. But worst case scenario, I'm 100,000 in the hole, and that's it. Instead of 500,000 if the big one doesn't work, you know? I know, Reagan, it's nice. How much junk is in orbit in this save? I don't know. Wasn't SN4 much cheaper than this one? This one is fully fueled, John. Yeah. For a brick, it flew pretty good. Nice. Even without the payload tank, that's still the 140 meters a second it was lacking for orbit and deorbit. Should be right. What I'm thinking, just another thing I was kind of toting around in my head is, what happens if, like, where would we be if it was just the payload bay out of just curiosity? It's 3924. Interesting. This is the small one, Lego. You want to see the big one? Here, let me just reload this and make sure. Yeah, okay, that's where I had it. Yeah, this is a small one. You want to see its bigger brother? I stopped construction on it, but here it is.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's the same thing. It's quite literally the exact same thing. Instead of 2.5 meter tanks, I have 5 meter tanks. Instead of using the smaller triangles, I'm using the triangles that are double the size. And those are my small triangles in this design, and the biggest triangle are my medium triangles. The tank design with the adapters is an exact replica, an exact copy. The payload bay is in the same spot. I didn't do any of the thrust structure. The fairing, everything is made exactly the same way. All the struts will be made the same way and in the same positions. It'll just literally look like a bigger one. The wings will be a little bit different because I don't have a fat 455 wing that looks exactly like the other ones that is that big. Old version was 3751. Oh, really, Jaka? Oh yeah, because as tested, that's the one I put on Kerbal X, right? Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so that's 250 meters a second extra sea level delta V. Yeah, that should translate to much higher. Yeah, it should make it. It should make it into space. Will you use both? That's the plan. Kangaroo bowler. Brass monkey. That funky copy strike. That's how the lyrics go, right? Thanks for the 18 months. $38.93, huh? Are you, Jacka? How sure are you with that? Can you just be absolutely sure? Like, can I ask you to double check? Okay, you'll load it up and check. I mean, I could actually probably do that too. I'm gonna do it as well. Just confirm your findings with me. So this didn't have it, and this was the design that we tested. This was 4. It was exactly like this. Yeah, just yeah, right. So, just for continuity purposes, I'm going to give this one the 4 serial number. This one is reading 3800. Am I wrong? I mean, could you use the tanks on either side of the end? 4 didn't launch with payload, Sneaky. It was 3751 with the payload bay stapled on top. Yeah, but this is what we did as tested. This is the one that I launched. It didn't have the payload bay on it. I added the payload bay after, and then someone's like, hey, put it on Kerbal X. I'm like, all right. We have 3893 with 2.2 tons of payload. This X-33 looks a lot cleaner compared to the last one. Yeah, I've been refining the design a lot. Didn't you have a lock extra fuel tank inside? Yeah, that had 9 tons of extra fuel tank in it, Toasted. That's right. Still didn't make it. Oh, you're right. I forgot about that. Hang on. Hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second, guys, okay? What's that, JetSpace? That has 3951 at 1.16 TWR. All the resources in reading, I love it. Yeah, it's Drummer's idea, but yeah, cool. I'm glad you like it, man. What's that, Drummer? Oh, that's cool, man. This is 3893. And with these tanks full, 3958. Yeah, every little bit is gonna count. Thanks, Drummer. Appreciate that, man. Good call. All right. Let's start refining. Shave some mass off there. How goes the thumb through that arrow? But I haven't read anything since yesterday, dude. Mine's been too preoccupied with this. I see it, Sneaky. Thank you. Yeah, Velocicus. Yeah, it's coming. We got to figure out something up here, and I'm not sure what we should do. Yeah, Raph, that's pretty much what I was gonna think. What I was thinking we should go after. I'm gonna get rid of redundant struts. So basically, take this thing, and instead of having one set of struts on the top and one set of struts on the bottom, we can just do that. Get rid of that. That's an arrow shell holder. So is that one. That's an arrow shell holder, so that needs to stay. That's very structural. That goes from fairing to fuel tank. That one needs to stay. We don't need those. I can get rid of that. Honestly, the girder segment struts, yeah, we should probably keep that. Down back here, there's two sets of struts that are doing the same thing. So if I got rid of those, that could help. That's an arrow shell strut, so is that one. Quick calculation shows 115% engine output, which is required to get back to 1.22. Got it. Raph, the problem is that a lot of the struts we need. I need them to hold the thing together, or else the thing will just be like this on liftoff. We gotta be careful. So that's arrow shell. That's an arrow shell strut. That tanks to fairing. This one is landing gear to fairing. I'm not sure what these ones are. I'm not sure what those ones are. I'm gonna get rid of them because I don't know what it's doing. I don't know what that's for. Those are tank to fairing right there. Those ones are tank to tank. That's a cross strut. We need those. That's an X brace. We need the X brace. That's arrow shells for the front wings. We need that one. Wait, these are strutted to the fairing up there. Raph, I'll see if we can get rid of these. Yeah, we're shaving mass. You're right. That's arrow shell. So is that one. Buy it used 619, that's what I did. Instead of strutting this to the wing, I could probably get away with strutting this to the fairings instead. That should make it so this thing gets held in place. So before I had two, I had one strutting to the wing, and then I had one strutting to the tanks. Strutting to the fairing will probably make that stronger. Not probably, it will make that stronger. Yeah, 2.25 tons HPB should be enough to fit I could fit something like this and that in there, and that's enough to move 3 Kerbals. Yeah, I would probably just have it as a piece that you can take in and out. Or the other thing to do, and it's looking more and more like this is probably not going to work that well. The other thing to do would be to take this off and put a crew tank right there, but I'm depriving myself of fuel if I do that. So the internal crew tank in the payload bay might be the way I have to end up doing this. Yeah, as far as I know. We're at 3983 and 4253 VAC. I think if we can get this over 400, I think, I mean, normally I wouldn't do that HPV, but this should be alright. It shouldn't be an issue. I'm just finding myself trying to shave as much of this off as we can, but I don't think there's much more. How much does the fuel drain? How much mass is the fuel drain? It's 10 kilos. Alright, that's not going to do anything. Yeah, Sea Dragon, I could make a crew version and a cargo version, but initially we'll roll out with cargo for testing. I'm going to need to do a structural test, Sawyer. Yeah. But I keep fairly good track of these hierarchies in my head. That's for the wings. That's an X-brace strut right there. Yeah. This should be... Are there extra panels? Not really. See? Not really. And even then, these panels are just, they're 10 kilograms. They're 10 kilos a pop, so eliminating struts would be better. Alright, another set that I can eliminate is these ones. They're redundant. So, I'm going to go down here. The only problem is that getting rid of these struts and running them all here, right? Because all the struts are on a line, the vehicle could end up doing this. So, you know what? I think if that's the case, I'm just going to leave that up there. And then, you know what I could do? Use the other strut down here to be a strut down the bottom. I don't think there's really any extra panels here. There's no panels that I can really wring out of this design anymore. Yeah, they're all... I mean, 3988 is pretty damn good, guys. They're about as good as I can make them, Sawyer, that's for sure. Hang on, let me just check something with these. If we just get rid of them, what is it going to do? Oh, you can see through right there. That's why I put them there. What happened to Big Chungus? Cost $500,000 per vehicle, Brandster, and then like $200,000 to the pad. Honestly, I did not anticipate this, but I don't have the budget. I don't have the budget for it. If I lose one, space program could really be in trouble. So I decided to go back and refine this thing even more and get this thing to where we needed it to be, or get it to where we need it to be. Excuse me. Well, I don't think I could get much more in here, dude. It's not a 1.8 adapter like this. If I had an adapter, a fuel tank adapter that was 1.25 to 675, then yeah, I'd put it there. But I don't think we do. I don't think I have an adapter like that. The only adapter like that is this, and that just has liquid fuel. I think. Unless I'm missing something. I mean, what happens if we... I mean the one on the payload bay. Oh. Look at that. That actually impedes Delta V because our... Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Huh. Kerbo King, 34-month resub. Thanks, man. The front section is enough space for another 2.5 tank if they follow the outer wall and the top tank is removed. What are you talking about, man? How am I going to fit more tanks in here? Oh, I see. These have the same forward tanks for what it's worth, guys. $41.81, $39.15. This has $39.88 and it has $42.58. How's the shuttle going? It's going all right. It's going all right. I mean, if we rang the shuttle motors at, wait, 1.14. Wait. Oh, 1.07, 39.88. Okay. Let me just check something. I'm thinking, dudes, I'm thinking. See, HPB, all I'm wondering is that are we actually in the target, right? Is this close? Are we not? Like, the reason why is because, like, look, 3988 vac here, right? And I can overclock the engines. 3988 right here is not that much more than this one. I gotta put the 9-ton tank. This was the configuration that I launched this in, and this is 3915. Is that what is it? 65 meters a second Delta V, is that big of a deal? Yeah, I know, Hellfish, right? But then again, I know that on that test flight, this tank was creating insane drag. That will not happen with the payload bay. So, you know what? It's worth it to test it. If I lose one, I lose one. I just really got to figure out how to... I got to figure out how to put this all together. Like, how am I going to make the payload bay not look like I just jammed it onto the top, you know? Like, that's where the payload bay was before, but look, getting a little cramped in there. It means have both SSTOs fully developed, yes. I don't think I'm going to make it, but I'm not going to not try either. You could add the longer adapter to the cargo bay. Another thing that I could mess with here is that I have some space down here, and we could take the fuel tanks. And if I put the fuel tanks a tick downwards, that means I could put this a tick down a little bit more to the point where it doesn't look like it's clipping everything together. I don't mind that. That's okay. But this still looks like I just crudely pasted it onto the top here, you know? And we don't know, I don't know exactly what the repercussions of doing this, of moving everything down one like this is going to do. I don't think, it shouldn't have much effect, right? The only thing it's going to have an effect on is where I place the engines, but I moved the engines down with it too. So that should work. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's certainly an option, that's for sure. I mean, the real final designs for Venture Star, dude, had a huge hump on the back. Like the operational one. There's the ops one right there. Actually, the front tanks are up, the fairing's a little lower. See? We use fuel tanks to bridge the gap. Nah, I don't want to do that. It's just more stuff to fill up, and I don't want to do that. I hate this tank. This tank, you know why I hate this tank? Because that tank is almost every time I use it, it's almost the exact shape that I need, but it's also not at the same time. I hate it. I can't stand this tank. It's always super close. It's always almost exactly what I need. It's never exactly what I need, and that's annoying. I also don't want to angle that thing down like that, but all right. Well, this gets me over the 4,000 mark. Doesn't look too bad. I know, Jay. I have, just remind me, fellas, I gotta run some struts to this thing. Or else it's not gonna work very well. You know what? Yeah, we'll roll with it. We gotta attach some struts. Oh, yeah, okay, Sword. Use flags to cover up the gaps. I don't so much mind that gap, to be honest with you, dude. I really don't. I mean, we could get creative and do something like this if we wanted to. But once again, because these things have lift properties, we did screw with the arrow. And we gotta be careful when we do that. So let me empty the fuel, because this gets me what I want. I don't know. The margins are super, super, super low. I really, 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 really don't like that. But then again, I'm not gonna know. I need another baseline test, and we could expend the vehicle, which would suck, but 100,000 out of your pocket is better than 500 if it was the bigger vehicle, you know, so we'll roll with it. I gotta get the launch pad working, that's the next step. I know 95, I just really don't have a choice, man. I really don't have a choice. So now, this might be a stupid question, but I have no idea how constructing a Kerbal works, but why do you fuel it up and then empty it so often? Wouldn't it make sense to have it fully loaded to see what the ship can do at max weight? When I fill it up, explain, yeah. But the ship isn't designed to land with fuel in it. I take the fuel out, couple of reasons. You can calculate the range of the vehicle by seeing how much it weighs with no fuel in it and how much it weighs with fuel in it. You can figure out how far it can go. In my case, I can figure out, or at least kind of hope, that it makes it into space, right? Hope. The other thing is, this vehicle is not designed to land. It's not designed to land with fuel in it. It's designed to use all the fuel up there and dump any remaining fuel that we have left over. And doing that, right, I need to make sure that it lands correctly, because if I had, this thing wouldn't be able to land on the runway with a full tank of gas. So I took all the fuel out to see how my center of mass, center of lift is going. Right here, I'm doing this to see how this thing flies, and we really put the frickin'... Interesting. I'm doing this to see how this thing flies, or how it will fly during re-entry and landing. Yeah, it's just I'm kind of testing each part of the ascent and descent regime with this when I'm messing with this right now. I actually need that center of lift to go forward. What happens if I get rid of that? Get rid of these things in the back. We don't... Like, okay, let me just see. So, like, picture this, like, when we're coming into land, and also picture this when the fiery stuff is going over this thing, you know? Center of lift needs to be... I want to get the center of lift as close as I can to under it. Seriously. Like right under the thing. We can end up saving parts here by doing this. $4,007 is where our Delta V is, with 2.25 tons in the payload bay. Vehicle dry mass is sitting at 45,189 right now. I have to test everything. We're going to have to tow the thing around and stuff. Almost. It's almost there. But I'm wondering about this. Like, what should I do? I mean, a couple of folks have said put fuel tanks in there, but I would almost rather move this down another tick. Flags could work. How's it turning out? It's getting there, Prey. I don't mind this. I don't mind the black line coming off that. That's fine. It's just basically right here. Flags could do it. We might end up hampering Delta V a little bit. Set flag as... I love the color swatches, man. Oh, yeah. How much do the flags weigh? 3 kilograms. A negligible amount, and we wouldn't need many more to get this right. I'm glad you liked it, Spiff. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'm glad you like it. It's a tough one. This has been a tough project. Hard project, for sure. But yeah, we'll keep going and we'll see where it takes us, man. I just hope this one makes it, man. I just really hope it makes it into freaking space. The fuel dump should be over the center of mass. Do you have Mark II arrow strikes to knife edge these parts? I'm not using wings for this. Zeppelin, I don't want to use wings. That looks so stupid. put some round headlights in there and you got a pickup truck. You know what, man? That looked cool, but I'm honestly just debating doing this. Set flag, go in here, just give me like a gray color swatch and make it the biggest flag we possibly can. Is that gonna screw with the payload bit? Yeah, of course it is. Nope. Nope. I just need something a little bit more to make it look like it's not just screwing in the payload bay, you know? Or we could just take the hit on payload mass, or payload space. Which means I would, most satellites would literally not be able to be any bigger than this. A grip pad? How much mass are those? 78. I think this putting these here, guys, might put us under the 4,000 mark. And these are going to create drag, too. They're too heavy. The no flags doesn't look bad. I need something because there's an open space right there. Wait, why is the cancel on the... I'm an idiot. Why is that? That's on the wrong side. I don't know. Why is the cancel on the right? That makes no sense. Feeling okay? No, I'm hungry. I'm just gonna go back to what we had. That's good enough. I mean, it's not. It's not. It looks stupid. There. Where's the big guy at? It's too expensive. I need to make money before I go and test fly because it's going to cost $500,000 to put one out on the runway. I want to make sure that everything here works correctly before I go and do that. Alright, one last thing I'm going to check. Can I move the fuel tanks down anymore before they start popping out the bottom? Nope. It fits. Screw it. It's going to be clipping a little bit here, and we really can't launch a payload that's any wider in diameter than this. But you have to adjust KSP days against. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I do, Broke. Strut the slope adapter. Yep. We can get rid of that docking port. We're not going to need it. This thing can go like this, and then we can just make it look like it's not angled down like that. You still haven't eaten. I'm working on it. There. One strut should be fine. This thing shouldn't move around. Hey Thousand, what's up? Alright. We don't have any fuel in it right now. Let's check our... That's not ideal. I mean, with the body flap trim, actually, with the flap trim, we should be fine. And it looks like the flap trim never has, if I have those up like that, it never goes out in front. It just goes right under it. Actually, that's really not that bad. Seriously. Not bad at all. Alright. Let me just do one final check here. We have to do center of... oh, man. We have to do center of thrust, center of mass. The gimbal should be able to compensate for that. When did they change the robotics UI? It hasn't changed since it's... robotics UI? Wait, what? That'll do, ship. That'll do. Alright. So we're at dry is 45.269 T. Now let's figure out what the wet mass is. I hate having the fuel tanks clip through like that. It's so annoying. And it's just on the verge. You know what? Hold on. Yeah. It's fine. I mean, payloads will fit. Satellites and stuff should be able to fit. I have to go re-engineer the satellites. I know the satellite this is the placeholder for a certain satellite, and I know it's too wide to be able to fit in here, but I know it's a little late, but can you use long intakes to bridge the gap? Long intakes are a little bit heavy. You know what? Just you know what? Just freaking. This ain't gonna cause any problems if I hit cancel again. This ain't gonna cause any problems if I did this. Now that I'm thinking about it. Wait, does the mass of the flag change with size? Oh my god, it doesn't. Okay. Well. Well. I'd be hard pressed to find anything else here that's going to. I'd be hard pressed to find anything else here that's going to cost us 3 times 4, 12 kilograms to bridge this gap. There's literally no other part. I mean, yeah, the flag goes down here. So what? Who cares? Doesn't matter. If anything, that might end up inside of a freaking fairing, so it might be occluded anyway. Yep. 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 It's just a flag that's soaked in fuel. I mean, it'll be fine. You know what? We gotta keep the black stripe. I still hate that I can, like, select down through here, but pretty much, Velo. We have to go and make the pad for it, but yeah. I have to go reintroduce my roly-poly pad. That hurt. That hurt a little bit. Why didn't somebody tell me my butt was so big? And now we have more payload space. Cool. Okay. Put this back in here. There. All right. Do we still have the strut here? We do. Perfect. You know what? It'd probably be better to put this strut inside of the fairing here. Because if we did, it's occluded now because it's inside of a fairing. All right. Science. Is the flag pack in the Discord? Exclamation point flags in chat if you want it. All right. It looks a little bit weird, but should have redesigned it. Yeah, just keep the body flaps up like this during re-entry and then use the control surface as a trim tab or set to jet, man. This thing should fly really well. Should. Flags, boy! All right. Now I just need to mess with my center of thrust. Oh, where's my marker flags here? So I have two marker flags in here with checkerboards on them. This is marking where the center of mass is with nothing in it and payload. Right? Which is good. That's fine. And now let's fill the thing up with fuel. Right? Basically get this thing certed for flight. Fill it up with fuel. And we'll see where it gets us. So 1, 2, 3, 4, Okay. And it's a little cramped in here. How did we wind up with more Delta V? I added things. Are we at sea level? No, that's altitude. 4284. We're above 4,000. All right. Let's line up the center of thrust, or let me find my flag. The checkerboard flag here, the second one. And this one marks full center, where we are with a full center of mass. Or with a full tank of gas. That's marking our COM. No frickin' way. Wow. That's pretty friggin' good. No matter if it has fuel in it or if it doesn't have fuel in it, the center of mass stays on the line. See how they were parallel to each other? Before it was like this. Them being like this now? Yeah. That's really good. Means we won't have to compensate much for differential payload mass. Meaning that, long story short, that means I can put anything... I could put basically anything in here up to 2 tons and we'll be fine. Yeah, it'll fly right into space. Keep in mind, that is with... I should probably mark it without 2 tons in the payload bay, just to be sure. Just like that. In which case it's, yeah, okay. Doesn't make a difference. That basically will move proportionally. It'll be fine. And then having the center of my payload bay and whatever payload mount mechanism that I choose, having the payload mount and the payload bay be directly over my dry center of mass indicator. See? It's centered. Means that I can take stuff down with me. This has down mass capability, which means if I put a crew tank in there, it'll be good for the crew tank. Are we going to send it tonight? I have to get the pad working, T-Man. But yeah, I want to get the pad going. I'm going to do it. So that's what basically the latter half of the stream is going to be now. Latter half of the Kerbal stream. I just wanted to make sure I covered all the bases here and got everything right. Let me just make sure that this is all correct. This should go right through. Oh, see what I'm talking about? That would have been bad. We would have taken a thrust loss there. So these need to just be up a little bit higher, and that's it. Good. Did you overclock the engines? That's one of the last things I need to do. I want to make sure that I don't forget anything here. I'm going to move my Cal controller into the payload bay. Cal controllers won't screw with the mass very much. We also need to add the... We got to add the probe core. Cargo hold, bigger than on the shuttle? No. 115 was the number that we're shooting for. Okay, so the engines are OC'd. The other thing we need to add back into this is the probe core. lower that down, and get it to a point where it's basically... Wet mass is 181.393 G. I gotta modify the dry mass again. Overclocking them screws them up, guys. That's all. I'll tell you what the delta V indicator is. You gotta remove the clock. So you can do that by just doing this. We're back to 4,000. At least, I mean, I hope I'm right with my estimations that 4,000 will be correct. How much do these carry? 100 each? That carries 200, 0.01, 0.005. That's actually, this battery would be better for what we're trying to do. I mean, this thing really isn't, like, it's not really designed to stay up in space for very long, huh? Did you get back to 4,000 delta V? How did you get back to 4,000 delta V? Swishio, I had these tanks attached incorrectly last night, and they weren't cross-feeding. Yeah, that's why I couldn't get it to go above 3,600 delta V last night. And I redesigned the tanks one more time. All that empty space that was in here, because I was like, oh, just add another tank, just add another tank. No. Use that empty space instead of adding another tank. Just put more tanks in there. So it should work. This should work. I hope. The fuel drain system needs to be in a different spot. See, it being right here, them pushing on each other from here should be fine. That just looks weird right there, though. You know what? I might just say dump the fuel out the back, because that looks nicer. I might just put the thing, like, down here. Watch out, space, we coming! Yeah, man. That's our total battery power. It only has 200. I might just put a single redundant solar panel on here if the thing needs to stay on orbit for a long period of time, but generally we probably shouldn't do that. The last thing I really need is just forward and back thrusters for translation, and the other thing is that the RCS is not balanced on this design, but we don't need that necessarily for the test flights. However, it would probably be good to put an interim thing in there just to simulate the mass. Um, 39. Oh no, it's gonna screw me up. What TBWR before you lift would you prefer for liftoff? 1.2. That's gonna push us over the damn limit. Crap. All right. Well, that's the thing. If the margin is that close anyway, this vehicle isn't safe. It would need to be redesigned anyway. I don't know, man. Probably should have just redesigned it from the damn start. Solar panel in the payload bay? The problem is that these solar panels, 25 kilos, man. I suppose I could just put it there. Yeah, that's kind of cool. 114.3% engine output, Jaka. All right. So we're at 4,007. We have no translate capability, thus no docking capability. But once again, so I'm not shooting for 4,000 just to get it into space. I'm shooting for 4,000 to get it up into space, have enough fuel left over to do maneuvers up in space, and then come back down. So depending on what this test does, I mean, we could lose 5. If we do, then I don't know what to do. I mean, if we lose 5, it would suck. It would suck a lot. But, hey, whatever. We'd be out 100K. I have a huge advance on the asteroid contract. But we also, at the same time, guys, we have to... I'm going to set these as a different gray, just on a side note. Just so you can see some contrast between the edges.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What was I going to say? If I lose it, we lose it, man. There's nothing else we can do. What's your station's orbit? 100 by 100, Nulty. It needs to be able to get into 100 by 100. If it doesn't, then I'm going to really have some problems. 114.3% output. There it is. Save. Are you going to fly a payload or just a dummy payload? I'll fly the dummy payload, Steven, and if... Like, this is kind of assurance to make sure that I can get the vehicle back. If I do it right, if we do this correctly, I should be able to, excuse me. Words, dude, words. You know, like, if I do it right, we should have enough fuel. But if we don't, I'll tap into that fuel to at least try and get the vehicle back home. Go eat. Shut up. All right. Let's see what she does. What have we changed in the last couple of hours? I lost count of things that have been changed. All right, guys, I'm just going to grab a quick bite real fast. I'll be back in a second, okay? There's no docking port for the payload bay, Steven. Not right now. I'm shooting for a 2-ton payload capacity. That thing's 2.25, so it's kind of taking into account the mass margin. And once again, if I have to use that payload bay fuel, if we even tap into that payload bay fuel, I'll at least try to get the vehicle back so we can recover it. But if I have to tap into the payload bay fuel, we got to redesign it. I have to redesign it. Like a ground up redesign, which is really going to suck. But if I do it, I'll make it better. It'll be better. So I could, you know, all the problems that I have with this thing, I'll be able to overcome with another design, with a slight redesign, just making the vehicle slightly bigger. But anyway, I'll be right back 1 second, okay? Enjoy the chair's company. You'll excuse me. You can share a bad concept, Nulty, but I already have something figured out. But yeah, sure, go ahead. Ah, nice pics, Ernak. Where's the tendies? Where's the cereal? Nah, I ain't making that mistake again. Ford is facing a $1.3 billion fine. Why? Nulty that. I have something simpler than that, dude, but I can see the plans, dude. You want like an A-frame that could pull the thing up, right? Like double wishbone suspension. That's actually more complicated than the way that I have. Ford faces a potential $1.3 billion fine for skirting chicken tax regulations with Transit Connects. Imports. Yeah, pepperoni. So what does this say? Hold on a second. Can we see the pizza again, please? It's chroma because I have an orange chroma. Did we not know this, or? Alright. Before we make that connection a little more obvious, yeah, it's a chicken tax. I got it. Alright. If forced to import, it's like Volkswagen to pay a 25% import tax to the U.S. government for every light truck or commercial van it brought into the country. That tax increased the price of a van, and it was no longer competitively priced with American-made options. Yep. You guys know how I always say that the government regulated the auto industry into a corner where every car looks exactly the same, right? Case in point. Why is it called the chicken tax? It's because the... Alright, here, look. Read. I'll go back and read it. So this is coming from Jalopnik here. And once again, guys, I'm just taking a quick break. I'm just munching on some pizza. Just taking a second before we get into pad construction. Back in the 1940s, the U.S. government implemented a cash prize for chicken breeders who could produce bigger birds in less time. The domino effect is, yeah, that law is, this is called a legal precedent. Okay, I'll show you what I mean here. Before we make the connection a little more obvious, here's the situation. According to Reuters, the Detroit automaker is facing a charge from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection of unpaid duties totaling $181 million and additional monetary penalty as much as $652 million to $1.3 billion. The case has been wound up in the courts for a few years now, though it seems to now be settled as the Supreme Court declined to hear Ford's appeal last year. Ford imported Transit Connects as passenger wagons and had a separate finishing facility here stateside, which allowed the company to remove the rear seats and strip them down for conversion into cargo vans. This was done because cargo vans are hit with a 25% import tariff, while passenger vehicles are only levied at a 2.5% tariff. All cargo vans and pickups hit with this massive tax. All cargo vans and pickups are hit with this massive tax, which dates back to 1963. That's right, Kaiser. The government claims that Ford intentionally misled customs and customers alike by fitting these Transit Connect vehicles with cheap rear seats intended solely to be thrown in the trash. Ford rebuffs these claims by stating every seat in the vehicle was equipped with all safety standard equipment required to be street legal and qualified as a passenger vehicle when cars paid customs inspection. So now we know what Ford is facing. Let's take a deeper look at why. Okay, yeah, here we go. You see, during World War II, the government placed restrictions on how much beef and pork American families could buy in a time of war. It's food rationing, as the food supply was needed to feed the war effort. Chicken was cheap and plentiful, so it began supplementing other meats in the American diet. After the war demand waned, as Americans were then cleared to buy beef and pork again, in an additional effort to keep the chicken industry alive, the government put up a challenge to growers. Create the super chicken of the future to boost growing efficiencies. Nice. The aim was to breed a bird that would not only grow to size in less time, but have more meat on the bone. There was a $5,000 cash prize for the nation's most plump and efficient grown birds. Obviously, they nailed it, and suddenly the U.S. was a gross exporter of frozen poultry. In an effort to save their own domestic chicken production industry, France initially instituted a massive tariff on imported chicken to keep prices high and farms profitable. West Germany and other European Economic Community members, Luxembourg, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Italy followed after. Accusations were made that the American chicken producers were dumping chicken in Europe below cost to drive domestic production out of business. Underbidding, just like what SpaceX does. Not that that's a bad thing. American chicken hormones were damaging to the men of France. And these birds were being fed unsafe levels of arsenic to promote muscle growth. That's true. Yep. The resulting loss of European sales cost the American poultry industry an estimated $28 million by 1962. That's a lot of money by today's standards. Which is what we call in a business a whole lot. Yep. After several months of attempts at finding a diplomatic solution to what was then known as the Chicken War, nobody would meet in the middle, and the American chicken industry was hurting without its steady exports. In retaliation for the EEC's tariff, Lyndon Johnson pushed through a tax on goods imported from Europe in December of 1963. The initial idea was a heavy 25% tariff on things like potato starch, the chemical dextrin, and after-dinner digestive brandy. This alone would have been significant, but had a fateful meeting with the president. This alone would have been significant, but a fateful meeting with the president of the United Auto Workers Union would have long-lasting consequences. Yeah, they basically did the same thing with cars. Yeah. Guys, there's bullcrap like this that happens all the time. Everybody knows about tariffs because of the last executive branch. Everybody knows what they do, blah, blah, blah. And you can say that they're bad, you say they're good. I don't really care. I don't really give a crap. I know someone's going to weigh in whether I like it or not. But, yeah, stuff like this still happens. There's a reason, for instance, why everything in the U.S. has high fructose corn syrup in it instead of sugar. Because of crap like this. Seriously. There's a milk tax there's a milk tariff on Canadian milk. Oh yeah. There's a tax on American milk going to Canada because Canada wanted to prop up its own domestic milk industry. Yeah, there's a huge chicken tax for milk going from the States to Canada. Oh yeah, stuff like this happens all the time. And like I said, it's this kind of nonsense that's long story short, it's crap like this. Crap like this is the reason why every freaking car looks exactly the same. Oh, yeah. Watch out for the maple syrup cartel. On another note, did you see that Ford hit $16 a share yesterday? Yep, that's probably going to go down now. Yeah, long story short, yeah, we flooded the market, right? And everybody got all mad, so they started tariffing our stuff, so we started tariffing their stuff, because screw them. Yeah, just typical human behavior. I mean, 1.3 billion chem's a drop in the bucket for Ford. It still sucks, though. I mean, the Supreme Court apparently said nah, which is hilarious because Ford abided by all rules to do that. It's not my fault they made a car. They made a two-stage car. They made a two-stage to the grocery store car where you have expendable strap-on seats. Boy. So yeah, here's where the cars comes in. Johnson did that. President Johnson did that in the 60s, and then it forced importers like Volkswagen to pay a 25% import tax in the U.S. government for every light truck or commercial van. And everybody wonders why nobody else makes a pickup truck but the U.S. except for Toyota. And Toyota stuff is made here. Oops. And we also wonder why the Tacoma has no domestic competitor. Because the Tacoma isn't a light truck. It's a medium-duty truck. Toyota built that thing that way to skirt the chicken tax. Oops. Funny how that works, huh? 1964 light truck and commercial van imports tanked to about a third of what it had been in 63, and by 65, the import brands were practically gone from the American market altogether. Yeah, Checker, that's basically what they did. I see commercial Volvo and Mercedes vans here, though. Yeah, nowadays, because Ponzister, that's not the whole story. This is on imports. So you know how you skirt that? Manufacture here. You notice how, like, everybody says nowadays, like, oh, that Toyota is more American than your Ford truck because it was actually made here. That's how the imports, so non-U.S. domestic stuff, got around the chicken tax. They just manufactured here. It's true. Anybody that lives in the South knows all about this. There's Mercedes factories, there's Mercedes, there's BMW, there's Audi. They all manufacture here. More than the domestic brands do, which is hilarious. There's cars that are made in South Carolina, German cars, German domestic market cars that are made in the U.S. and then exported to Germany, even though Mercedes is a German domestic company. Yeah, we're just tangled up in a whole web of nonsense. Yeah, the Tundra plant's in Texas. That's right. Yep. Honda has a huge plant in Marysville, Ohio. It's gigantic. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this kind of nonsense happens all the time. Yeah, so Ford basically, a domestic manufacturer got basically accused by Customs and Border Patrol of violating a chicken tax because they manufactured overseas because it's cheaper, right? Because they're importing cars to the U.S. Their home. Jeez. Wow. Oh yeah, Hellfish. That's right. The parts are domestically produced too. Yeah, Bill. Denso. Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. Yep. There's a reason why in Gran Turismo, Lexus is an American manufacturer, and so is Acura. Because they make stuff here. You know why? Because it's cheaper to make stuff here. There are places in the world where it's less expensive to manufacture things. Complex manufacturing like that tends to find its way to the U.S. though, or Germany or something. That doesn't mean that it isn't around in other places, but yeah, interesting. Fun little break right there. All right. Anyway, I'm going to finish up the pie here and we'll keep going. Sorry, guys. I just know some people don't like hearing me chew, so. I'm almost done.
Robert Parker, are you there?
That's affirmative.
Well, we're going to give her the old space try here.
All right, guys, that sounds good.
Well, we're going to try, Bob.
Sawyer. Interesting. I watch. How's things, man? Primo made pizza. Not homemade though. Yes, and there's Ford factories here. Truck manufacturing. Yeah, goalie. Ford got hit with a fine that was originally meant to penalize foreign manufacturers from importing cars into the U.S. A domestic manufacturer literally just got hit with a fine that was designed to regulate against imports. No, Max. Man, you guys are asking a bunch of questions. I'm trying to chew. All right. So, it's reading that because I overclocked the engines. MotoKid, overclocking engines is when you go into the cal controller and you purposely tweak the nodes so that the curve for this goes off the screen or off the chart, and then you move it in, and if you plus in a value there, you can, if you take something like a thrust limiter, you plus in a value there, you can overclock stuff. There are repercussions to doing it. If you give this thing 10,000 kilonewtons of thrust, you're going to fire it and it'll immediately explode. So, yeah, there's other things you got to think about, but yeah, you can overclock it. Yeah, it's a pretty cool thing. All right, so the first thing I got to do with this, with serial number 5, and that's part of the reason why my Delta V is all messed up. This, the game doesn't understand that. The Delta V reader. Our true Delta V is around 4,000. And we're going to launch this with this payload in here, and we're going to see what it does. The first thing I have to do is switch this over here, and I got to put this thing out. I'm just gonna put it on the pad, and we just got to do kind of what I call a bouncy test. Oh, shoot, there is one thing that I didn't take into account, or that I forgot about, and it's the landing gear. I didn't set the landing gear to compensate for the new center of mass. We got to take all the fuel out of it, too. Yeah, this thing wasn't ready. So we're gonna do a bouncy test here, and then I'm gonna get the pad out, and we're gonna work with the pad here. and see if we can get that all up and running. I'm gonna see if 4,000 is enough with this thing, dudes. It might be. I upgraded the tank design and literally fit as many tanks as I could in here with the least amount of parts. I just hope it works. Privet Pick. What's up, man? Does it change the plum at all? The plum. How much did the last one have? 39.15. This one has 4,000. So, Josh, it was this variant right here. 10 is the configuration that I had. Oh, yeah, I had 9 tons in here. Hang on. This is the configuration that we had previously. This is how it flew into space, exactly like that. And it has 39.15, 41.81, and this one did not make it. It didn't make it into space, even with all the payload fuel. Granted, my ascent profile was terrible. Prototype 12 has 2.2 tons of payload. 2.2 tons of payload. And it has 4,000 Delta V sea level. And it has like 4285 if we switched it to vacuum. So I'm hoping that that's enough. I'm hoping that basically that additional 100 meters a second Delta V, because vacuum Delta V is, you know, I use the sea level specific impulse when I'm doing a calculation out, because if I use that, I know for a fact that it'll make it into space. But I think 4,000 is the magic number with this type of design, but we'll figure that one out in a sec. I just got to do a structural test here. And that basically just means taking this and basically, well, doing this. No desert. Nope. Yeah, I need a better ascent profile, but that's something that we're going to get from just flying it more, Swish. If anything, I fly a terrible ascent profile on purpose because if, you know, you flying a terrible ascent profile, believe it or not, if it still makes it into space and we have a lot of fuel left over, that means we should be okay. You didn't adjust the landing gear. Oh, man. Yeah. The landing gear could do with going a little bit more forward, but this shouldn't be a problem. All right. So let's go in here, and I'm going to do some time warps. Look around for stuff that's moving. Not the wheels. Anything else. Literally nothing. Oh. Okay. I replaced this to save parts because it was 2 smaller wings and I replaced it with 1 bigger wing and I didn't rerun the strut. That's why that's moving. Other than that, looks good to me. No, Sneaky. If anything, it would be easier to tell if my camera was not focusing on the vehicle. If I could focus on the pad and bounce the vehicle, it'd be easier to see. But actually, that thing looks solid. Totally solid. There was some leftover fuel somewhere. You sure that wasn't the payload fuel? Honest question. How much fuel was left over? Now, what is a DMCA nowadays, Bill, really? Yeah, nothing was moving in there. Not the tanks, nothing. Okay, it was just payload fuel. Got it. Oh, that's not auto-strutted. The auto-strut is sufficient triangulation. We don't need to add any parts. You think it's gonna launch today? Hey, y'all, I have to get the pad working for the thing, man. I have to get the pad operational. Or I could just put it out on the freaking... I could just drag the thing again, but I would need the other docking port for the bracket to attach to. Good. There. Landing gear has been adjusted. Excuse me. I don't know, guys. I mean, I could just pick it up with the crane. It's positive. I mean, like, I could do it. I don't know, Sea Dragon. I don't know the answer to that. I would just get the pad done and do the testing with it. Okay. Okay. Let's move this over here. Move it over here, save that like that, and then where were we at? So the launch pad is right here, LV5 launch pad. There it is. What was the problem that we were having? It was doing a bounce when it was trying to get on it, Mosi? Alright.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So let's go to, this is LV5A's launch pad. Let's just save this and let's go in here like this and 6-4-21. This would be the Mark II configuration. Alright. Hey Berg, my day's going good. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. Let's see how this ends up. Yeah, with the launch clamps, we don't need the solars. That's a good point, Sneaky. I'm going to try to see if we can anchor this with the clamps, with the launch pads clamps. Let's see what it does. Yeah, that's ground power. So now I got to do the same thing here. They are peaking a little bit. There's other places where we got to put this stuff down, though. So we're going to put this out on the VAB on the pad, and we're going to see what this gets us. So now, so the idea with this thing, guys, is that this thing, the X33, or the Arrowhead, I guess, will roll up the ramp on the pad. It'll roll up the ramp on the pad, and then we'll roll it onto this platform, and then the back of the vehicle will dock right there. That's it. Back of the vehicle docks right there. And then we do something like this. And then place the thing upright, and then down under here, if I can get it to work correctly, the fuel goes down there, and that's it. It's just it's a simple erector. This is about as simple as you can get for a launch pad. Well, the Freedom's pad is probably the simplest, but this is as simple as you can get for what we're trying to do with the SSTO. The Mario noise fit? Oh, yeah. That. Yeah, right. That's funny. And I'm seeing if we can anchor it in with these clamps. I'm going to see what it does. These are structural, so I'm gonna see if we can. Actually, gonna see if we can leave those there. Okay. Does anybody have a picture of the Imahara pad? Rocket Labs launch pad, dude. Rocket comes in on a truck. It rolls into position, you dock it there, first stage is already attached to second stage, you clamp it, and then... The reason why this is there is for a rail extension, because at the time I couldn't make a bigger launch vehicle. So the pad kind of deployed out. That was launch vehicle 1. We're at launch vehicle 5. So 1 was Imahara, 2 was Freedom 7, 3 was Freedom 10, 4 was a concept that chat didn't vote for. It was a concept rocket, and then 5 is the SSTOs. Yeah, no problem, Brian. All right, let's see. I'm worried that this thing might lift it up off the ground, but we'll see. So the problem with this is that this was all bouncing around, right? Well, let's just check something before we go any further. All right, well, let's see where this gets us. Let's put this out. It was an SLS kind of rocket switch-yo. It was kind of like a mini SLS almost. Not Ariane 5, but not SLS either. It was like a new Glenn-sized SLS. Well, that was the expendable vehicle option, Does Doodles. Chat, I proposed a super heavy launch expendable. Like something similar to Constellation, and chat didn't go for it. They wanted SSDOs instead. I mean, it was pretty close, to be fair. Alright. Okay. This works. We just have to... Yeah, it's doing something a little strange with this. Okay. Recover it. How do we not choose to make Constellation happen? That was like a pod and everything, dude. I would have made the pod reusable. Yeah, but... Yeah, it would have been pretty crazy. Yep, blame it on chat. I'm not blaming it on chat. You guys didn't want to do that. It's not blame. I mean, the SSTO project is more fun. I'm having more fun with this than I thought I would. The SSDO project is cool. I like it. And I like it more than I thought I would. And the strict reason for that is because it's bringing all it's all the fun of building a shuttle. It's all the fun of building a space shuttle, but it's a lot easier to put it together. That's really it. I mean, thanks, Rochelle. I'm flattered. Let's see what that does with these pieces clipped into the ground a little bit. I'm interested. How would you make a reusable heat shield? Make it detachable, Brian. Put the heat shield on a docking port and pop it off, and then install a new one. How do you do it? Put the docking port on the side. So you have a heat shield with a docking port facing this way, and then there's a docking port attached to the side that goes this way. The side docking port won't get hot because it's not going to hit re-entry, right? And then you can attach stuff to that side docking port to attach a service module to. I've done this already. I made a reusable capsule in an old save, and I did reuse it. The other thing that you can do, Brian, is that the heat shields have two attachment nodes. There's a small and a large attachment node. Okay. The small attachment node, believe it or not, if you attach a docking port to it, the heat shield, it actually doesn't overheat it because the game thinks it's behind the heat shield. Funny story. So you can have a docking port facing out the bottom of your heat shield as long as you attached it in the right way. Yeah, I've never made one of these before. Yeah, nice shuttle, man. Yeah, core. So all these got to be ticked up one. I basically just got to get this ramp. I got to get the ramp flush. That's all. All right, and that's that. Messing with it is just we just got to tweak it a little bit. So all the supports and the struts that I have that aren't like on the launch clamps. Yeah, we're gonna have to. Catapults are hard to make in Kerbal. I watch. You can do it though. I can make them. yeah, it's... You can make catapults. I could make a catabar launcher. You do it by stretching the hydraulics and then locking them into the stretched position. And then you have a hotkey that unlocks all of them at the same time, and they all compress and zoo! Bye-bye. Yeah, you can make a catapult. It's no problem. You can also make trebuchets and stuff, too, if you know what you're doing. Or cranes, in our case. Same concept. I don't know, Just Space, maybe. Give me a moment. We have to put struts that are in line with the root part this way. Okay, watch. Here's a trick. Ready? That's not the trick. Okay, so I was thinking about this the other day when I was going to sleep. Watch. We could do this. Ready? So see that? Running a strut there, right? And then we could do this. So you know how I had like the cubic... Well, the people that don't know, I had cubic octags kind of holding this whole thing together. I had cubic octags sticking out the bottom. The problem with that is that they kept contacting the pad. No good. So, ready? Whoop. Whoop. Game doesn't know the difference. It still thinks they're connected. See? If I just take these struts, right, and just put them in there like that, yeah, they still show up here. No problem. Just move them. And as long as we make sure they're not aligned with the landing gear doesn't contact it or anything. Game doesn't know the difference. The game doesn't understand that I rotated these panels into position. It doesn't understand that. It still thinks they're attached, and they'll stay attached too. And now they're inside. So we basically just welded those panels together. And if I put them back here like this, right? We don't have to worry about them getting hung up on the pad because the collider on these struts is not as big as if I attach them to a cubic octag. Struts do have a spherical collider, but it's just not... Yeah, we should be fine here. That shouldn't be in the way.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's like dots of super glue. That's right. Hey, Geek, what's up, dude? How you doing? All right, let's see what this does. I use some lines in the SPH to know where to place the thing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, nothing, getting ready to start some practice. Where are we racing tonight? Ishiku, 10 months down. Keep up the awesome work. Thanks, man. Thank you for subscribing. That's almost a year. Appreciate it. Shuttle question. What did the fuel cells run on after external tank separation? I thought it was hydrazine. It is hydrazine. They run off... It's actually not... It is hydrazine. It's not nitrogen tetroxide. It's just hydrazine. They decay hydrazine. They put hydrazine through a catalyst and it decays and it spins a turbine that... It's not a... I mean, that's not a fuel cell. That's an APU. But yeah, they are hydrazine. It does run on hydrazine. Okay. We got to go further back than that. It'll think something's on the pad. These ones have to go up. Yeah, those guys right there. So that one needs to go upwards. And I think that's all of them. I think it's just the center line here. Liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen ignite to form water, correct? They have to... Well, it's a combustion byproduct. The combustion byproduct, Shady, is water, yeah. I didn't make them concession. My buddy Graham Weldon did. He's a good friend of mine. He races with us on Friday nights and Saturdays. He's a good friend of mine. He was like, dude, we got to make a flag pack with just letters and shapes and colors on it. I'm like, yes, we do need to do that. That's a good idea. We should do that. And yeah, then he did. The checkerboards and stuff are super useful for marking center of mass and stuff. Actually, one with a ruler on it would actually would be really, really useful. Who's going to win at Baku? I don't know. Mercedes, something weird's going on with Mercedes, Alizator, but I know they like luring people into a false sense of security. As a Ferrari fan, I've been hurt by Toto Wolff too many times. So I'll just go out on a limb and say Hamverbot. Hamverbot, Hamverbot, Hamverbot. So, Hamverbot, yep. Let me join you in pain. Hamverbot, Hamverbot. Who you got for NASCAR? I want Joey to win. I always want Joey to win, though, so whatever. Verhemnor. No, Hamverbot. Does whatever a Hamverbot does. Yes, exactly. Oh, nice, Max. Cool. Did you see that Toto Wolff blamed Valtteri for the wheel nut issue? How could that possibly be his fault? How is it the driver's fault if the pit crew strips a wheel nut? He went in at like 3 to 5 degrees off angle. Verlexi. Verlexi, Max. Nice. Thanks, Nasman. He was 1 centimeter off the line. Maybe you should look into getting a better impact socket if that's going to make the difference. Jesus. Let's try that. He blamed Bottas is an exaggeration, but it's mostly true. Anything that Toto Wolff says gets taken out of context. You know how I know? I've been following Formula 1 for a long time. And Toto Wolff, sometimes he purposely puts stupid stuff. He says like stupid things. I'm pretty sure the guy does that just to see how much people will take it out of context. Like one time, you know, Mercedes didn't do so well, right? And they went to interview him, and he goes, Toto, how do you feel with the performance? This competition is very stiff to this race, and the result is surely not what you want, right? And he was like, well, you know, something will. Everyone here is a gigantic racist. Yeah, everybody here just loves just racism. They just love it so much. You know, we all love racing. I'm a racist. You're a racist. Everyone here is just really, really racist. Yeah, he said that in a presser on purpose. Yeah, just to see what would happen. Kind of funny, actually, but also, yeah, I'm pretty sure he just said stuff just to see what happens. Yeah, everybody here is a racist because we all like racing. That's the reason, right? Yeah. All right, so this thing has to go a couple of ticks forward. Can't have a gap like that, but the panels do look. The panels do look pretty aligned. Yeah, Kerbal King, I remember that. So we got to go that way a little bit. Yeah, Sarita, kind of, yeah. Yeah, like I said, he says stuff sometimes just to see if people will take it out of context, I'm pretty sure. Again, why you have to be mad? He's a nice guy. Elon is memeing again. Last. No, not last, man. I gotta finish it. Oh, that's a very hobby to me. I can quit whenever I want. It's just a hobby to me. I love Lance Stroll. Diamonds are made under pressure. Diamonds are made under pressure. I wouldn't know though. Like, and then that's just kind of just a hobby to me. I can quit whenever I want to. It's just a hobby. They should, Ordon. As long as they're not over the pad center, it should be fine. And that's why I have to constantly tweak this and non-tweak it, tweak it and non-tweak it. So the struts were colliding with the tank, because of course they were. Alright, let's see if we can get this aligned. Do you feel like Ferrari figured something out, or is it just an anomaly? I don't know, Max. Sainz did good in Monaco. And Leclerc did good as well. But did Sainz do good in Monaco because Leclerc crashed? Who knows? However, I mean, Sainz, nobody caught him. Nobody was catching Sainz. He was just out for a cruise behind Max. Nobody was catching him. Never had pressure from behind. So, maybe they did. But on the other hand, that is how Monaco works. So, I mean, even if you have a piece of junk car, that's still how it works, you know? So it's hard to say. He was catching Max, but the tires, his tires were older than Max. He had to... A landing gear will still really hate this. This thing has to go down one tick. I'm watching it. See how if I time warp, the thing dances a little bit? Could you just rest it on the angled part of the pad to make it flush? I could if I knew where the angled part of the pad was inside of the VAB, dude. Yeah, sure. Of course I could. What the heck are you looking at? Launch pad? It's a launch pad that's hanging off of the side, Max. I need a transporter erector to be able to easily push the thing vertical, right? But I can't dig into the ground. This is the next best thing. I'm just expanding the launch pad. That's all. Nothing more? I know, it's not an EJ Steam without a launch pad. Then why'd you ask? Just curious about the details. Oh. Right. I put a launch pad on the launch pad so I can launch while I launch. Obviously. Don't be stupid, chat. Oh, wow. When was the last time you augmented the launch pad like this? Never. I've never done anything like this. Sneaky. I mean, I'm not gonna say I haven't done that. Dart was canceled. I don't. Yeah, Dart's gone. There's still leftovers from the program, and there's still a crew with a Dart up there. And until I can get this SSTO working to go up there and get them, yeah, yeah. Oh well.
Good evening to all of you folks back home. This is exciting. We're being seen all over the world.
Oh, yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight. Some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first group, our first stop.
All right, this should get us what we want.
World-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some 4,000
Yeah, I mean, Sneaky, Dart might even be able to ride piggyback on the small one here if I make an adapter on the back. Like, we could make an adapter, fold out of the payload bay, attach Dart to it, and then just strut it into place and bring it down. Cancel culture? Cancel culture. That's... Oh, wow. That's... Then I've been in here for a long time. That's one of the dumber things I've heard you say. Joke, I mean, if it's a joke, then funny, but it's pretty stupid. Arrowhead is a mouthful. How about larger? How about bolt? Larger dart. It's just up in the air. Just call it LV5 for now. Hey Zelnerd, what's up? Karate was just trying to put its right leg up and its left leg down. Tilt your head back. It's finished. All right. Wait, no. Put your left leg down and your right leg up. Tilt your head back and finish the cup. Feeling like Fenway Chica gal with all the construction. I saw it, dude. I saw the message. That's cool. I will always vote to have another endeavor. Alright, that's not a funky monkey. Javelin is kind of cool. But, I don't know, guys. I'm not worried about the name. Let's make it work first, huh? So these posts need to be just behind the second set of Kerbals that are doing that, right? There. That's where they need to be. First flight would bite. Semantics, little things like flying, achieving orbit, landing, I know, right? They're putting a tower crane next door over the weekend, so setting up the first crane tonight, I think. Cool. Yeah, it could be. If the price is right. Why does this thing dance like this? I don't understand. But it looks like... Are these hitting anything? No. Oh man, I got that perfect. I don't want a piece of you. I want the whole thing. Alright, well, let's see what this does. I hope it works. Alright, so... I mean, the pad is a little low, and the panels are doing this, but maybe that'll make it not... Maybe that, because the panels... do what good more look would like. Mies has a pet. Yeah, has a pet. Bet. Have you ever had a dream where you want to do so much that you could do anything? I'm gonna drive like a truck onto it or something, NASA man. We'll use a truck initially. It's an issue with the launch clamp. You're probably better off using girders. There's also sink a bit. Around. Yeah, pray it looks to be close enough. Here, let's. Sorry, I forgot to do the time warps today. Okay. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily an issue with the launch clamps. I think the launch clamps are a symptom. Meaning that the fact that the panels clip into the pad and then they unclip, the launch clamps are bending a little bit. We'd have to really fine tune that to get that right. And that would be actually kind of hard to do. All right, so let's get give me my trusty old K200. Put Gledless and Herbal in there. Alright, cool. It let us put it out, which means it's not interfering with the pad. Hey, Adrian. What's going on?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Jensen, if you're still here, these pictures are insane. Wow. Crazy. Hey, Ant, 55-month resub. Towards the end of making history development, Squad had a breakthrough in material science, therefore larger panels are lighter. Okay. I believe you. When does After Hours start? Not for another hour. Alright, let's see what happens here. Okay. It's on launch clamps, Anth. But then again, that wasn't something that was under load. Remember that. Sun's out, flaps out. I kind of hear it. I hear falling overtime. Like overtime, like sports. Failing overtime. See? Now you can't. Now you can't not hear that. Did we ever find out a truck that could load the SSTO horizontally? No, Rage. I don't have anything like that. Honestly, here's what we're gonna do. Oh, I forgot about this thing. This was the one I made for this, and then I saved it. I didn't know if I wasn't sure if it was going to work though. And then this is the one that had issues though? I forget. I mean, we're gonna need to make something that, I'm gonna need to make something that can pull this thing up the stupid hill. Like, I gotta do that. We have to make something. But I don't want to test that necessarily right now. The tug. Here we go. This little thing could tow it around. We'll do it autonomously, just so we don't risk a Kerbal. There's a docking port down there in the front, Ninja. Did I miss any tests today? No, but a lot of revamps. Gamer. Come on, don't break. Come on, don't break. Why do I have a feeling like this thing is about to pop? Oh, it didn't. Ah, sneaky. I'm gonna put the fuel depot is gonna be right here. Gonna be underneath the pad. All right. This is gonna freak. It's gonna freak out. I'm pretty sure. Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Grotty, what the hell, man? Damn. This- Oh, you can't do that to me when I'm testing. Stop it. Stop doing that. These are having damper problems. But it supported it for the most part. Thanks, man. That was 10 subs. I really appreciate it. You've been too good to me lately, man. Floor it. Floor it. Let me switch to this. Actually, no. Pad needs to be set as a lander, not as a base component. This needs to be a lander. Configure vessel hierarchy. Did these have wheel stress on them? No. Oh, 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 I forgot about that part. Ready? Oh, crap. Yep, okay. Why didn't it hold in position? Do I not have same vessel collision applied to the right piece? Guys, the erector is not working. No, we gotta stop. No, we gotta stop. We gotta stop. We gotta stop. Hey, it's not bad for a first attempt. Oh my god. Yeah, I just gotta recover this whole thing here. We've had an anomaly. We need to secure the area. Yeah, we're gonna need some same vessel collision here. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna need some same vessel collision here to make sure that the quicksand Went from KSP to SCP. Nice. Yeah, we're gonna need it. We're gonna need to. We're gonna need to. Yeah. Hi, Tech. Everything's fine here. Situation normal. Just, I think it's just a couple of bugs. Just a couple of bugs. No big deal. Just a couple of bugs. No problem. Hey, Mozzie, actually, it attached to it and it didn't crack and strike, which is not bad. It's not bad. How you doing, Falcon Punch? Yeah, no, that means I made it good. That means we done good. We done good, AA Ron. Was that from the weight on the docking port? Yes. So, the landing gear needs same vessel collision enabled on it. Save. We're gonna need to switch this over. But we did
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has
do
landed.
pads at the same time, man. Damn straight, always wanted to do that. Yeah, I figure I hood that up. You know, chicks dig dudes with launch pads. Got stuff left from a guy like me, dude. Sometimes you dock into the port, sometimes the port docks into you. Right. Thought of using a bigger docking port. No. Same vessel collision is going on here. I don't know, I shouldn't have to worry about that. Also, this needs to be grandparent strutted. If it isn't already. There we go. Alright, cool. So, the other thing we need to do is go to this. Same vessel collision. Over there, because it's in symmetry. Same vessel collision. Same vessel collision. And then... Actually, sometimes you phase through panels anyway, but... Yeah, we didn't have same vessel collision enabled on the right piece. Yeah, there's the other reason. That should be right there. There, perfect. And then... the truck should have SVI on all the wheels as well. That should do it. This should work. We also have to make sure that there's a grandparent strut there's a grandparent strut here that'll, well, grandparent strut correctly. Like, I need something up here that'll switch to a root part, or something right here that'll do a root part, but nah, actually, you know what? That's a bad habit to get into. Thank you. Okay. Oh. That's everything applied where it needs to be. Alright, let's see what it does. Okay, the other thing I need to do is get a probe core here. Or select the probe core back there. Configure vessel. This needs to be set as a lander. And this needs to be complex. Well, it's launch complex 1C, because 1A is over there, 1B is over here, and 1C is here. Yeah, I should probably just name this LC3. But 1C is fine, I don't care. Okay, let's put this out, and then we gotta put the vehicle out. And if this all works, so what I'm gonna try to do, guys, is I'll try to get the thing vertical. We'll see if the erector works, because it's pretty clear that this isn't a problem. There is another thing, though. The other thing is that I don't think that tug that we made, the tug can... There's no way that it can push that thing up the hill. There's not a chance. No, Pulse, not single pad for both vehicles. There's no freaking way. No, the technology is scalable. The pad is not. I don't know how I'm going to make that work. I might put the big launchers like pad over here and hang it off the side of the pad tile. Like, I might end up putting it over here. You know? Just put it right here, or put it like off this or off that. Actually, I'll be honest, that's probably what I should be doing with this thing, but I'm not sure if I could gizmo that into position to get that to work correctly, you know? But who knows? All right. Yeah, that's probably what I would end up, like, doing. I agree, Cletus. Jet-assisted tug operation. I mean, you know what? I don't want to have to resort to doing something like that, but it might not be the worst option. I'd prefer to use the trucks because the trucks are easier to refuel than a jet engine would be. I mean, but the grade on the pad ramp does kind of suck. Can you build a winch? Oh, yeah, maybe. Another time I didn't catch it, but chat told me about it, dude. Can you believe that? Frickin' Marshawn. You didn't check that one panel. I can enable it out here. It's not an issue. Possible, Aardvark. That won't... Using panels as a ramp like that doesn't scale very well, but it's possible. Yeah, I was there. And I was the guy right behind the girl singing the national anthem, holding the American flag and the color guard. No way, dude! No way! Wait, was that a home game? Was that at the Garden? That's cool, man. That's freaking cool, dude. I'll have to go watch it. No, it was in New York. Well, it's still the Garden, right? Wait, the Islanders play at Madison Square, don't they? In the Nassau Coliseum. Ew, gross. Nah, it's still good though, man. It's still cool. Adjust the dampers. Note to self. One of the coolest things you've ever done. Neat. That's cool, man. Really. That's really special. I don't know, Jeff. Probably not. The margins are too close, to be honest with you. Whoa, that went right away. Okay. okay. You're all right. You okay? Come on, baby. You're all right. Hello, Erector. Yes, this is Dog. Kind of leaning a little bit. 89.5. Shouldn't be leaning like that, but to hold the SSDO, you can make a Kraken pin that closes using an inflatable airlock to push a part to cover it. Yeah. Did you solve the Delta V problems? I'm not sure. Yeah, anime, I saw it too. I saw it was doing this a little bit. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's not fine, but I'll fix it. This design doesn't have any Kraken pins. I don't need to use those. I mean, it's real close to pointing perfectly straight up. What's our, what's the pad? Is it the pad or is it the vehicle? What's this thing doing? 89.4. Now, if I push these forward, what happens? 89.5. Still though, that's pretty damn cool. Passive front wheel catch to prevent side slip. Well, right now I just have a girder segment pressing up against this. I can make something better. I can make something that'll hold it in place. But also, fellas, it's important to look. Check it. Girder segments are protruding through there. It's not that this isn't centered on this. The rocket is leading on these girder segments right here. And the girder segments, it's bending the pad. The whole pad is doing this. It's very apparent right there. It's bending. This part of the pad is trying to bend down. So I probably should put more launch clamps here instead of those girders. And that should get this thing to stay upright. Might be against my better judgment, but time warp. See what happens. Still bending and flexing. Just a little bit, though. It's not bad. Thanks for the bits, Tech. My favorite John Young quote. Anyone who sits on top of the largest hydrogen-oxygen fueled system in the world, knowing they're going to light the bottom and doesn't get a little worried, does not fully understand the situation. Amen to that. Alright, let's bring her down. MGB, I see it over there in the Discord. That's cool. Gear? What about it? No. It's part of the test, my dude. Yeah, that's probably not ideal. Stop molesting it. Stop it. This could cause problems. Felt inspired and ordered a Windhop shirt. Cool. Nice, dude. Wow. We need to work on that. So that could be solved by doing something as simple as setting these things, the 200 I-beams, to root part. Because the root part of the subassembly should be on here. Yeah, I see it over there, MGB. That's cool, man. Why manually strut Resega when you can auto strut? Oh god, I inhaled that pizza way too fast. Yes, I said inhale. Oh, I will later, Jim. Don't you worry. Kerbals could strut them too, Risega, but... So, we got a little bit of an issue. It's not reading this as I gotta reconfigure the probe core here to read this as a ship. Ship should have, Oh yeah, look at the hierarchy up in there. Cool, huh? It's pretty neat to see. Yeah, that was what I was thinking, Karate. It doesn't need them. I was afraid of that. I was afraid of that. Sometimes the panel colliders are too small. I gotta put something thicker underneath the panel that has same vehicle collision on it. Something that I know the wheels won't clip through, because that does happen. Hey, Sneaky. Other Sneaky. See, when I separated, it defaulted control to the pad, which is no good. So if we go in here, right? We rename the vessel, or no, we change the prototype naming, vessel naming. See, it's set as a rover. I don't want it set as a rover. Let's set it as a ship. Thanks, IQ. Appreciate that, man. Got to work with that a little bit, but all right, now let's do a hierarchy check. Where does this go? Yes, these guys. I could set the I-beams to root part, and they run to the SSTO. So, undock that. What the hell happened here? Something went a little wonky right here. And it only happened to one side. So, just gotta be cognizant of that. Sick, dude. Thanks, Sneaky. Look at that. Freaking look at that. Son of a gun. It actually worked. Alright. I bet you this time this won't bend. It's not a TE builder, it's just a transporter. I mean, it's just an erector. No transport, it doesn't move. I swear if somebody makes a pill joke, I already saw someone do it in the chat. You should be ashamed, man. Are you intending to launch tonight? I mean, I don't have a fuel farm. And it's time for racing. Damn, that's cool. I'm sorry. That is really, really cool. Right, AP? Right, dude? Seriously. I gotta adjust the timing on the erector because it's not touching right there. See that? Maybe if we increase the traverse rate on this? No, that's really not doing it. Yeah. I have to have the... It takes a different amount of time for these things to reach full extension than it does for those things to reach full extension. So if I had two Cal controllers, one with the amount of time that this needs, one with the amount of time that that needs, and then slaved them both to another Cal controller, or parented them to another Cal controller, that should work. Operation on this is very smooth, though. It's really not bad. It does need the erector wood bite for this part, not for that part. Forces change when at different angles. I think that, what is that called? I think that's quadratics, if I'm remembering right. How many parts is this? 635. 635 and 400 of that is this. Do we have time to fuel it? I have no way to fuel it, Swish. Guys, let me button up the rest of the pad. And tomorrow. You guys don't really, I don't think people realize how well this is working. I gotta mess with something, Swishio. I have to put a tank down here. That's important. I have to put a tank down here, and then I have to put one of the aisles right here. Like, I have to have the fuel trucks drive in. And I'm thinking one fuel tank, like what Shady Walker was saying. I could put one big fuel tank right there and just right-click on the tank, select all tanks, right-click the tank, and hit out, and it should fuel everything. Yeah, Sneaky, we have those 5M tanks. Actually, dude, I think just one big one should be fine. Will you attempt to deverticate it? I already did. But we can do it again if you want to see it. I have all the biggest 5M tanks unlocked, Sneaky, because I have all of them unlocked because of the big SSTO. Takes about as much time to get on the pad and vertical. Yeah, Kyron. I mean, the other thing to understand is that this is this thing's hangar. It's the hangar, dude. Guys, you got. I want a gantry crane here. I want a gantry crane, but I want a gantry crane and I want rails right here on the outsides of this, and the gantry crane will be able to pick payloads up and install them in the vehicle, and then it will roll. Then it'll roll over here onto the pad, or we could make it roll that way if we really wanted to. I could make this longer, and the whole building could be on hydraulics and it could move. It's doable. Move the whole hangar out of the way, and then launch the thing. It's not gonna drift too much, Fushio. Seriously, look at this. And the ground hydraulics aren't going to drift. You know why? Because they're pushing into the ground. Launch for fun. There's no fuel in it, guys. There's no fuel. There's no launch for fun here. There's no fuel. It's not a guesstimate, Ryan. It's certain.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What the hell's going on? Something. TRP. 21 3 subs. Something's wrong here. None of the hydraulics are working. Check the seals. Nice. Fellas, I think I can safely say that this is one of the cooler things we've made. And now, ultimate test. Time warp. Do you think this will scale well? I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't. Do you see anything that's preventing this from scaling, Canadian? It should. Sneaky, yeah, it's one heck of a piece of GSE, isn't it? Yeah, Denny, there would be a gigantic hangar that goes over the vehicle, and I could, the thing would have a bridge crane in it. Yeah. I mean, Jim, I don't, as long as I have this space to push it upright, I don't see why it would be an issue. I'm serious. Guys, I'm gonna probably look into seeing if I could have it like off the end over here or something, or over there. Interesting, Thomas. How would the crew get in, assuming there's a crew variant? I'd probably install a service structure here with a rotating fixed service structure with a swing arm on it, and they would enter through the back. Do you ever think we'll see something like this in your save? What's that, Brian? My cow controller stopped working. I'm not 100% sure why. You prefer vertical payload integration over horizontal payload integration, kid, or elaborate for the Raiders or Krakens and Kaboom? When you vertically integrate a payload, Kyron, you can use gravity to help get you lined up. I mean, to be fair, you can do that with horizontal, but it's easier to do it with vertical. Hey, someone. Oh, don't mind me. Just taking my SSTO for a walk. The cows are deactivated? Oh. Thanks, man. I didn't even know you could shut them off. That wasn't my idea. Bram, this is Core Space's idea. Yeah, 89.8 that time around, Sawyer, huh? The full-size vehicle is too expensive, Blue. 500,000 for one vehicle. This is 100,000. And that's 100,000 when it's fueled. 580,000 for the big one when it's fueled. I don't have enough money to run a test regime like that. So what I'm gonna try to do is press this thing into service and see if we can get this thing operational. We're gonna do a test run probably tomorrow with this pad. I'm gonna button up everything that I need with this pad. We'll get the fuel depot all loaded out. Fuel depot, lights, we'll get all that stuff figured out. And yeah. What would happen if you drive in and out of physics range when it's on the pad? Well, time warp is loading and unloading physics, dude, so I don't know. I mean, do we want to leave it on here and risk it getting Kraken struck? Maybe that's a question that we should answer tomorrow. All right, let's bring it down. Where would the crew go on this if it had them? Right here? They would go in the payload bay. I know I have a rule about not putting stuff in payload bays, but not putting people in payload bays, but honestly the mass margins are too close. I would have to redesign the vehicle if I really wanted a crew in a dedicated area, and that might come back to bite me, but yeah, Tars, it is. Okay, we're gonna need something with a thicker glider right there. Put the brakes on, and if I undock this, it should default control to the SSTO. It did. It's hit or miss, Vulcan. Some people hate it, but yeah, all systems. I think we're doing all right here, man. That's pretty cool, man. It's pretty neat. It still bonks a little bit. Good job. Thanks, dudes. Thank you. I'm gonna try to hook it up one more time, and yeah, then we'll go. We'll put a fuel depot on this tomorrow. I'll just reuse the stuff from the other launch complex straight up. I could even, you know, we could even reuse the fuel dumps, but I don't think we want to do that. First try.
Finally, for March of 1989, near normal precipitation, I should say, sorry, near normal temperature in March, and above normal precipitation, an active storm track will keep cooking on the East Coast here in March as well, and the storm dates, the 5th and 6th, 10th through the 12th.
Guys, remember how putting a freedom booster together before took,
And the 30th of the month.
you know,
That is
take like an hour?
forecast. If you missed any of that, we're going to do it again tonight on our 10:30 broadcast. Be with us.
The integration's done on this literally in the time that I finished this whole statement. Yeah, just thought I'd let you know.
42nd Street, and we'll send you a copy of that forecast. Back to story.
I still would need to find a way to install payload, but yeah, it's the other X-33s, Forge, I know. Gotta make some noise. How's the drift looking through all the dock and undocks? Wow, that's really not a lot, dudes. Seriously, see that little lip right there? That's the difference. Otherwise, these are not drifting. Solution: strut the ever-loving trash out of all the hinges and they don't drift as much. Like, strut everything. Strut all the things. Strut it all. Everything to everything. And it doesn't move. Is this getting... This thing is getting better every time I use it. Every time I've used it, it's lined up even more. Go for deintegration. Strut the struts and hinges. Strut all the things. No, not yet, Vulcan. I'm not going to name it until I launch it from here and then land it back on that runway after going to orbit. Yeah, it's a freaking break-in period, right? All right, bring it down. Bring her down. Unlock the mains. Why does it always do that? Damn stupid quadratics. Last, what's up? If you lower it with the gear down, would that help with the gear clipping? I don't know. Let's try. Yeah. Worked a little bit better. It still didn't... It worked a little bit better, but it still didn't find the collider. We need a thicker collider right here, that's all. I can't believe this is working as well as it is. Straight up, there's no problems here. Girder segments. Clip a girder segment into here and hit it instead of the same vessel collision, dude. It won't, yeah. The collider ain't gonna go through that. Reload the scene. Okay. Alright, well, that's good to know. It's just about making the collider thicker. Have you tipped it up yet? Yeah, 4 times, dude. That was the 4th up and down right there, and it worked pretty dang well. Just a coincidence, Builder. The timing needs to be dialed in a little bit more. It's just a coincidence. The motion, I think it's quadratic motion, seems to be similar, but that's just a coincidence. We need a bet if SN20 makes it through re-entry. I think it will. Gentleman's bet. I think it will. August. And here we go. Little bit of drift, just a little bit, just a teeny weeny little bit. I'll tell you, I'll bet you it doesn't drift as much if I don't have this attached to it. See, there's 2 hinges inside of each other there. They need to be coplanar in order for this to work really well. The more those fall out of line, the less this thing is going to work. But the other hinges seem to be working just fine. Give the fans what they want. Launch it. With what fuel? These were integration tests, dudes. All right. I'm just going to leave that like that. Why not just add same vessel collision part underneath the hinges? That stops a lot of drift. I could, Rocket Guy. I am using same vessel collision, though. My vessel is colliding with the ground. That was my solution. And this hinge is definitely under load. And it being under load is probably the reason why it's drifting. Oh, I had damping enabled on that thing. Yeah, whatever, just leave it. We'll leave it there, we'll test it. I'll reload the game and we'll see what it does tomorrow. Alright guys, it's time to race. I'm gonna do some racing tonight. Okay, Jason, see you last. Do you think the FAA clearance for an orbital launch will be a major delay for Starship's shot? No. Yeah, Jim, good progress. Well, tomorrow we'll do a test flight, and then I'll have the final answer, Jim, if, I'll have the final answer, really, whether the small SSTO needs to be redesigned. If it needs to be redesigned, I'll do a scratch build of it after the test flight tomorrow. And, if not, we'll press that into service for some commercial missions. All right. So, I'm just thinking where we're at. So basically, all right, let me redo that. So basically, I'll button up this pad. I'll give it a really simple fuel depot and anything else that I think it needs for this test. We don't need to work on any of the payload integration systems. I don't know how much payload it can take. So what I will do is we'll button up the pad, we'll get all the fuel systems in place, and then I don't see why we shouldn't go for a launch tomorrow. I'll dress up the pad, make sure everything works, and we'll know basically tomorrow if this thing will make it into space or not. We might lose an SSTO tomorrow, or we might have a 100% successful mission. If it does work tomorrow, I'm going to land it. I'm going to put it right back on the pad, refuel it, and send it again. If it doesn't, we got to go back to the drawing board. That design is stretched as much as I possibly can make it. It literally cannot do anymore. Like, I'd have to redesign and make the aeroshell a little bit bigger. And that's what I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to avoid the aeroshell, redesigning it, because we already have so much flight time under our belt with the suborbital tests with this thing. Well, I've just noticed a caterpillar on your face. It's pretty good, huh? Nah, I don't like that fun. It doesn't sound like fun. If I don't have to redesign the aeroshell, guys, I'll be honest with you. The advance on the Asteroid Day mission may have given me the breathing room that I needed. If I do not have to redesign the aeroshell, then there is a chance I could get both of these SSTOs finished by Friday. It's Friday because I'm taking next Saturday off. I'm taking the 12th off. Actually, I'm taking the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th. I'm taking the week after next. So basically, after the deadline, I'm going to take that week off. So tomorrow is going to be a crunch week. A big crunch week. Yeah. I'm just thinking about whether it's possible or not. It's possible. Unlikely that we'll hit the deadline, but it's possible. I have to, in order for this deadline to be met, I basically have to get both of these SSTOs up in the air, back down, and landed, and then fly them again. I have to demonstrate that they're reusable single stage to orbit. They both need to be certified operational. So, I'll be honest with you, I doubt that that's going to happen. I might get one, depending. Things are looking good right now for at least one. And there's still a possibility of getting both of them. But it is going to take some time. How close are you on the larger SSTO's pad? It doesn't exist, Jeffrey. I can't build a launch pad for a vehicle that isn't designed. That is exceedingly difficult, especially with the stuff that we're working on here. The deadline is next Friday. So Friday is the end of the deadline for the SSTOs. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna do some racing now, dudes, and I'll talk to you guys all tomorrow. I'll try to be on around noon. Test flight. It'll probably take a couple hours to get the pad all buttoned up and tested, and making sure that everything works correctly. Fuel flow systems, docking to it, etc., etc. But yeah, that should be good. All right, if you're out for KSP, I'll see you later. Have a good night. If you're sticking around, we're gonna do some racing. There's still plenty of stream left. Got about another 5 hours of stream here. Let's get it. Let's get it. I'm gonna take a quick break though. I need to get up and walk around. I'm starting to fall asleep here. Sometimes getting up, getting around, getting the blood flowing helps. Wakes you back up. It's too many wires. Too many wires. "5 hours, your machine." Plodicus, I've been doing this every Saturday and Sunday. Streams this 14, 15-hour streams. I do them every Friday and Saturday, and have been for the past year and a half almost. Since April of 2020, I've been doing this schedule for the most part. No vacations. Well, that's not entirely true. There was a vacation in, I did take a vacation last June, and I am going to take a vacation in June again this week. Or next week. Okay. All right, guys, I'll be back in a second. Let's get to racing. Come on, you. All right. Let me just get everything situated here. What's the racing schedule tonight? There's a bunch of different things. Bunch of different things. We'll, I think Nordschleife is tonight because the 24-hour Nürburgring is this weekend. And then, yeah, there's a bunch of things. Yeah, we got a bunch of good stuff. I got a lot of good stuff in here. Look at this stuff. Ooh, pedal cam is messed up. There we go. That wire could probably go behind it, huh?